Hello, everybody. What's going on out there? It's Monday. It's 5:10 and 25 on the straddle tonight here. No Limit Texas Hold'em on TCHLive. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. Joining me once again, the lovely Carolyn. What's going on tonight?
What's up, Aaron?
Not a whole lot. Just ready to watch some cards get played and the world burn. Maybe not. I don't know. It's just tough to tell every given day. But today's Monday, and it's a great day for poker. That much is for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're already off and running. We've got ourselves a PLO bomb pot going on here. $25 a piece, 976, rainbow flop. Get these cards scanned in, or just everybody can fold. That would be the other way to do it. But it
Now we
looks
got
like
one caller.
Yeah.
Looks like, yeah, Boots and Slicer. They both have, oh, well, Slicer has a straight, or, yeah, straight to the 10. So he's got the nuts right now. That 10 is going to make his hand a lot less nutty, but looks like we just have two people in the hand. So.
yeah, Slicer here with nut diamonds as well. Boots doesn't quite have a scanned in hand at the moment, at least. Pardon me. Boots does look to be cutting out calling chips and will make the call. Half pot wager there. Slicer working with the 10 high straight. The redraw. Doesn't get there with the redraw, so going to finish with the 10 high straight. Not the most inspiring hand,
Yeah,
but
I saw
is in
somebody
position.
mucked Jack Queen too, but it was on the flop, so that would make sense. I don't
When
think they had-
Boots checks here, this would be a spot where you'd be going for pretty thin value, so Slicer's going to check behind. I think that's, going to be fairly standard. 7-8 here from
It's
Boots,
the
so they're
same,
playing the
yeah.
same hand. And yeah, with inferior redraw, so if a diamond had come, things could have gotten spicy. But it's not to be. They're going to chop up the pot. And that'll be the first hand of the evening. Taking a look here in the chat, see who all is hanging out with us. We got a bunch of the usuals. What's up, everybody? Captain Underpairs, Rena, Graham, the Mad Prof. We got the usual suspect, J-Dog Maniac, Eric R. What's going on, everybody? We got Ben Miney joining us here in the chat as well. Joshua,
What's up, Ben? Happy Monday.
Peter, Jedi Master Ted, Austin, hell yeah, Drummer Boy, what's going on, y'all? Angela joining us as well, Chuck C, hell yeah. Well, welcome everyone who's here, Roger Garrison as well, and of course we'll have plenty more folks joining us here in a little bit, so yeah. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and don't forget to be subscribed so that you can get in on all of the sweet, sweet TCHLive loyalty points action. I'm going to peep my points, and then I think it's time to get things started off with the usual wager here. What do you say?
Of course. I don't know why we've waited so long.
Yeah, it's like several minutes into
Yeah.
the show, and we haven't already degened off points and dollars.
Oh, I put gamble instead of points. I want points, not gamble.
I got 2,700, so I'm ready to punt off a few hundies. I'm going to let you decide who goes first on this one.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Yeah, I'm a giving soul.
All right. I think I'm going to go first.
Unleash the fury, Mitch. All right, so looking around the table here, we've got a lot of familiar faces, of course. We've got Bones.
My gamble has been sent.
Okay, very good. We've got Bones, we've got Chaz, we've got Pierre, we've got Boots, Caitlin, and Slicer.
I lose.
With a 28.
Ooh, but Seth sniped your roll and rolled an 86, so.
He did, but it's okay because I still got a 46 and beat you, so I'll take it.
Fair.
And we do have a couple of players on the way as well, so we are going to have a full table. We do have 2 seats still available. Those seats are spoken for. Players will be here very soon, so
Yes,
don't
this
hold
is
your
it.
breath. Do hold your breath. Whichever one is probably going to be fine. If you do start to go blue in the face and you start to feel like you're going to pass out, though, then you can unhold your breath. But those players will be joining us soon.
Yeah, this lineup right now is going to be really fun to watch. I don't know how much fun it will be to play against.
Yeah,
It
you
is
were
a
almost going to be in this
pretty
lineup.
killer lineup, yeah. Seth had asked if I wanted to play today, and originally I was like, yeah, maybe, we'll see what happens. And I decided against it, and I am very pleased with my decision.
Yeah.
I'm running good.
Excellent. Well, we'll just have to beat you up back here for as many of these
Yeah, that's fine.
gamble wagers.
It's going to
that we
be a
can.
whole lot less expensive than I think playing this game would be, so it's A-okay with me.
Slicer here going to defend from the straddle after the open from Bones in the hijack. Queen, Jack 3, two-tone. Slicer, natural check over. Bones will continue, and Slicer has nothing. So he'll let that go. And Bones would have loved to get some more chippies in the middle on that one, but it's not to be, so he will drag the pot nonetheless. The Mad Prof here is holding their breath, suffocating, needs 911, but has time to type into the chat. Give us the full breakdown. All right. So moving along here, 5, 10, and 25. And as far as I can tell, this is going to be mandatory 25 throughout the evening.
Yes, the 25 is going to be mandatory. We have a question in the chat about a possible 1-3 women's table here in Austin. It is something that's always worth consideration. It's not our call to make.
Well, so this is
but absolutely something that we have, discussed and considered in the past. So if we got the players and we want to do it on a Thursday stream or a random Friday or Sunday or something.
Yeah, if the question is specifically about doing a live stream of 1-3 and specifically just women playing, yeah, that's something that we've done in the past, and I'm sure we could do that again. That would be awesome. I think that would be great. And if you're talking just about having like a women's only table or something like that, I mean, it's also just a private club, right? So if you're a member here, you guys can set up whatever games you want down here at TCH Austin or anywhere else. There's private rooms here in Austin where you can rent the room, set up whatever game you want. If you want to play, Go Fish or whatever for rolls, you can. Or
well, there's now talk about playing some different card games. I think you were part of this discussion the other day. Spades. Spades is a good one. Spades for rolls.
Spades for rolls. Yeah, that one could be fun. I am a big fan of the spades, and I'm 1-0 against you in the spades.
You are, yeah.
At least in terms of.
I'm gonna blame my partner for that one.
He would blame you for that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Peter Marshall here saying that we don't see enough of the women on the stream. And it's absolutely something that I think is fantastic. I mean, I would love to just see more women poker players getting on the felt and playing, like in this game, like, Caitlin is doing here tonight. And the more the merrier. And certainly if they want to have an all-ladies stream, I mean, that's perfectly cool by me. All right, let's get on to this next hand. Hand number 7, Slicer is going to open up on the button, ace-10 offsuit. Chaz here just going to let the king-9 go. That's pretty much a squeeze 3-bet or fold. Pierre here, though, in the straddle. He can defend with a suited queen. Heads up to a flop. Pierre is going to have a natural check over. Does flop top pair here. Slicer will check back with the ace-high. Ace-high going to be good enough of the time, and if he bets, his opponent isn't going to fold a better hand, so not really going to accomplish a whole lot there. Pierre here, though, after checked 2, is going to check again on the turn. A lot of times you're going to go for a small value bet there, but he is going to check it over. Slicer now is going to attack, see if he can get his opponent to fold something like deuces, maybe even a weak 3-4, a backdoor or something like that. But, of course, Pierre does not have that. He's going to go for the check call. And now 6 of diamonds here on the end, pairs the board, and this is a terrible card for Slicer to bluff. So he is just going to shut it down, give it up, and Pierre will take it down.
I brought wine. I'm going to open it.
All right. So Let's see here. Taking a look back in the chat. We got Skullbone popping on in. Hey, what's going on, man? Iron Bite, AD. Yo, yo, yo. What's happening? Yeah, so cruising along here. As once again, for those of you who are just joining us, we do have 2 seats open, but those are going to be filled here momentarily. So
Yeah, so if you're chomping at the bit to get in this game, unfortunately, you will have to get on the wait list. Those seats are indeed spoken for.
I guess actually my math skills are lacking there. 6 players here, so there's
it's,
3
yeah.
3 spots actually available.
But from what I understand, we have all of the empty seats are still spoken for, and there are a couple of extra players who are waiting to see if there's any openings at any point during the night.
Heck yeah. All right, so we'll get this all rocking and rolling. Slicer here, going to take a quick peek and let that one go. Perhaps go to reach into the bucket back there, find himself something tasty to snack on. Pierre here looks to be coming in for an open out of the big blind, 6-4 suited, and Boots will oblige with a defend from the straddle. So heads up we go to a flop. Pierre with pre-flop lead, going to play this one out of position, first to act. King high board here, that is definitely a spot where Pierre will have the range advantage, so he is going to just range bet for 50, 1/3 pot here. Boots, of course, with second pair, not going anywhere. And Pierre is like, I'm going to need a 5 here on the turn. A deuce or a 7 would give me some equity to continue, but this is not a good card. So he's going to shut it down, goes for the check. Boots here should check back. And off to a river. 3 of clubs. And yeah, Pierre just is never going to bet this, I don't think, because he would. Oh, I lied. Yeah. So
Aaron off to a good start with his predictions.
there you go. Gets Boots to fold
That's what I
the
thought.
second pair as well. I figured that all of Pierre's
Well, it's third
value.
pair at that point.
Excuse me?
Jack came on the turn, so it's third pair. Straight gets
Sure.
there, flush gets there. I mean,
Yeah, but what value hand doesn't bet the jack? King,
That's
like
fair.
King. I mean, so it's blind versus blind, so you can have a lot of
A
weak
weak
kings
king,
that are going to
yeah.
bet flop, check, turn. That's all fine and dandy. But I think against that range, I guess some jacks are going to bet flop, check, turn as well. So yeah, no, I guess it all checks out. And of course, with 6 high, you're just never going to win. But yeah, no, I definitely misclicked
I mean,
in
I think-
terms of what was going to happen
I
there.
think
from
giving up
Pierre's
there is
standpoint.
understandable also. You know, if he just doesn't bet it there.
Yeah. I mean, you're only repping a very marginal like value hand, right? Like it's like a thin value bet that you're making. So then your opponent folding a 10 is, I mean, obviously fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for them because I want that run.
All right. Let us see here,
Suited
Bones.
aces, going to battle. Hearts versus clubs. 1 club, no hearts on this flop. Nobody really making anything out of it. Let's have a gutter to Broadway. Chaz with the button.
And the pre-flop
Gonna-
lead, yeah, he's
gonna
gonna
take it down. Makes sense.
c-bet and Bones there with the gutty and the backdoor clubs. Could have thought about peeling one off there, but yeah, you're at such a range disadvantage in that scenario, and playing out of position, I mean, it's also just perfectly fine to just get out of the way and be done with the hand. That is for sure.
Yeah, I didn't see how much he bet there on the flop, but
It was 150, so a little under half pot. Scott Alfred here in the chat saying Pierre, bottom of range, obvious bluff river. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's exactly correct. I mean, that's certainly what he did, but I don't know. So I mean, I clearly had the wrong read on that one, but a lot of the time when you get to a spot where you're at the bottom of your range, it's sort of the natural inclination is like, I just have absolute dog shit. Like my hand sucks. Like I should be betting to bluff because I'm going to have a bunch of hands in between that are just like, you know, not doing anything, and I could just shut it down with those. But like your best hands and your worst hands, you should bet. So I understand that, and that's certainly what happened there. But there are other times where the run out is such that you just really don't want to be bluffing very much. And so if you take too many of the bottom of range hands and bluff with them, you're going to find yourself just like getting snap called by bluff catchers like so often. That's sort of the scenario I thought we were in, but clearly I was mistaken. 10-10 deuce on this hand. Bones versus Slicer. A couple of players with diamonds.
The flush draw.
Both of them
King
picking up.
high versus queen high. Neither has a pair. And king high is good. If we get to showdown, no one's bet, so.
Yeah, check on the turn. So Slicer here now is going to go ahead and take a stab at this. He's going to overbet the pot to the tune of 450. And Bones is just going to release. He's got king high, and if you go around calling big overbets with king high,
you're going to go broke real quick.
yeah, I mean, your opponent is repping just like a whole lot of everything or a whole lot of nothing, and king high is going to beat some of that, obviously.
Yeah,
but
it's a very interesting bet on the river because what really is he repping there? Because he hasn't bet at any point during the hand.
Ace-9 would make sense.
That was what I was thinking, was just a 9, like a 9.
Yeah, but you'd want it to be a good 9 because if you're going to get hero called, you want your opponent to have
a worse 9, yeah.
Sort of like a cooler type situation, yeah, like a weaker 9. That's then going to be like, oh shit, like bricked the diamond draw or something, and now is just going for it with this big overbet bluff. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've seen people get tricky with middling pairs, right, and try to get heroed by the bottom pair in those scenarios as well.
Yeah, that I have, I think myself, made that move on the river where you just, you know, you kind of feel like, well.
Yeah, it's sort of a merge where it's like you could maybe sometimes get a weak 9 to fold, and then other times you'll get called by an inferior hand. And those are tricky spots to navigate for sure. It's hard to sort of pick them out. But anyways, off to the next hand we go. Slicer and Bones, both players going to pick up a pair. Bones with the superior one. Slicer will bet 25 and get a quick call out of Bones. Off to a turn. Looks to be a 10 or a 9. I can't see. There's a lot of pips out there.
And which would give Bones 2 pairs. That's correct. And it would be the 10 of spades. We're both.
Checky to a 9 of hearts here on the end. Slicer will finish with the bottom pair. Bones second pair. Could go for a little bit of thin value here, but this is.
Yeah.
I mean, you need your opponent to have a pretty specific combination, and yeah, Slicer doesn't have one of the ones that can call. Does let it go though, and Bones will drag the pot. So yeah, we got a $10 super chat here from Captain Underpairs. Thanks for that, buddy. He says, so glad you guys are commentating, and if you don't mind, try to point out a few spots to 3-bet. All right, I will do my best to point that out for you.
Just all the time.
If I can, yeah.
That's my.
Yeah, I mean, so we have a bunch of strong players on this table, right? I think any of the spots where I would be like, this is a spot you could 3-bet, they're probably already going to have 3-bet, but I will do my best. And always do appreciate you dropping that super chat. If anybody else would like to get a special shout out, yeah, consider putting super chat or super sticker in the chat for us, and of course, that'll earn you some extra TCHLive loyalty points as well. All right, Boots here in the cutoff. It's going to open up ace-10 offsuit. Caitlin has the same hand, just slightly different variety. She'll make the call on the button, and these two players are going to go heads up to a flop. This is a spot, by the way, where you could have 3-bet as
Yes,
Caitlin.
on the button, for sure.
9-high flop here.
Against the cutoff open, I think that's.
Boots will check. Caitlin quick check back. Both players feeling pretty good about their ace-high. Presumably check again. However, Boots is reaching for chips and is going to come out with a small bet.
It's like 75.
Caitlin going to call. I like this from both players. Boots is Just sort of denying equity here a little bit with this bet. And 3 hearts here on the end. Now it should definitely go check, check. There it is. Chop it up. There you go. Yeah, so the ace-10 offsuit, right? It's not a very good hand, but you can see that cutoff versus button, it's a pretty decent hand, right?
Right.
So when cutoff opens, folds to cutoff, and they open, you're on the button with ace-10 off. Like
Cutoff
your hand,
it could be opening super
all
wide
kinds
there.
of stuff.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff. So your hand is actually like raising for value in a sense, because not only do you get to play in position, which is one of the best aspects of the whole hand, right? It doesn't even matter what you have if you're just playing in position. But then you also have a pretty strong hand where your opponent is going to certainly call with all of their ace-x suited that's, ace-9 and below, right?
Sure.
They're going to call
Yeah.
with all of that. And then you could just cooler them on an ace-high flop where your 10 plays. And yeah, you're not going to get stacks in or something, but like you can certainly get a couple streets of value, and they're never folding.
Right.
And so that can be a really good spot. Plus, if you do end up getting them to fold a hand like 9-7 suited or 10-7 suited or something like that, maybe 10-7 suited is a bad example, Jack-9 suited, they're probably going to call with that, but
Why
sometimes
is
if they just
10-7
shut it
suited a
down,
bad
then you just
example?
win the hand. Sorry, what?
Why is 10-7 suited a bad example?
Well, because you have ace-10, and you would love for them to call you with 10-7.
for
You don't
sure.
want them to fold that. But anyways, the point being that you can sometimes be going for value and other times be denying equity, which is oftentimes the balancing point of playing good poker. All right, heads up to a flop we go. If Slicer did indeed make the call, he did. Okay. 10-9-7, 2 clubs, 1 spade. Big Daddy Chaz is the 3-better from the big blind. He's going to check, as this does not favor him. It is button versus blind, so certainly both players can have sets.
Sure.
But Chaz, it does elect for the check. Slicer will bet 250. He knows that his hand is very unlikely to be the best, so puts out a wager and does indeed get Big Daddy Chaz to fold the superior ace. And yet those middling flops like that are just very interesting because the equities can, in terms of ranges, can sort of be quite similar, but it's just really awful as the player who like 3-bet pre-flop sees this like weird connected middling board, and then you see your opponent check, you bet, and they call, and you're just like, oh god, and you just have ace high, right? Like it's just so hard to keep barreling. So yeah, just shut it down right off the bat. I guess even Chaz was out of position there, right? As a 3-better from the blind. So yeah, he just had to check and give it up. All right, 5-10-25 as we move along. Hey, we got Preston here in the chat. Hey, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you, man.
What's up, Prestige? Got a question from PMAA Ron. When are you coming to TCH Dallas to play or perhaps commentate?
Well, I don't have any plans as of right now. However, there is actually, so I take that back. When is it? I think it's in March or April. My girlfriend is going to be up in Dallas for a conference, so I might be going up there to hang out with her, and then, while she's doing conference stuff, I'll go play there in the room. So, yeah, I'll have to look at the calendar and figure that all out, but
Yeah.
I think that's in a couple months.
Seat on in the big game.
I might need to take put the hat out there, take up a collection to back me for that one, because that's a big, spicy, chunky game.
Yeah,
Would be fun though. Hell yeah, dude! Sitting down and playing with those guys, because that game gets crazy.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's a couple like just obviously really good, strong players, and then there are some people that just get in there to splash around and have a good time. And so it would be fun.
I think it would be a blast.
All right, we've got a lot of folding going on, and Pierre here out of the small blind. He says the folding will stop here. Chase has joined us, as has. Excuse me, sorry, lost my train of thought there. No, it's just Chase at the moment. But Chase
getting first dibs on massage, as per usual.
Queen Jack versus Ace 6 offsuit here. Caitlin defending from the straddle. checky on the 7-high board.
See, this I think would be a spot for Caitlin where she could just donk lead to take this down.
She's playing in position.
Oh, she is? Okay.
Yeah.
just kidding, never mind.
Definitely could have gone for a probe, though,
Sure.
when
Yeah, yeah,
Pierre checks the flop. But ace high going to be good enough of the time that you can just check back and sort of try to play some turns. But it's a jack. Pierre's going to start betting, and she gets out of the way. All right. So, yeah. Let's see. We'll find out where Chase is going to take. Find out where Chase is going to take a seat here.
Seat 4 is
Seat 4.
Chase's
Oh.
permanent assigned seat.
Gotcha.
He refuses to sit elsewhere unless we tell him to, and then he does it willingly. He's pretty reasonable. So.
Yeah. Well, when you know what you like, you know what you like. And
Yeah.
that one's open, so what do you know? All right, 5, 10, 25. Chaz, first to fold.
All right, so our poll question, have you smashed the like button? We got 74 votes, 75 votes, but only 74 likes. Now, the votes are split, but...
And a lot of yeses in there, which is great. We appreciate
Yes,
everyone
thank you.
for voting yes after having already smashed that like button. Caitlin raises to 100. Slicer calls from the straddle and quickly gets out of the way after a C bet. And yeah, taking a look back here in the chat, we got some people gambling, mostly seeing some good rolls. I see some 70s and such, so y'all accumulating some TCHLive loyalty points. Always fantastic. Love to see it. 82 likes on the counter. 400 of you
right.
fine folks hanging out with us. Thank
Let's
you
go.
and welcome. All right, I think we can almost gamble. No, we got another 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, because we got it rolling a couple minutes late. And then we waited like a whole 3 minutes or something.
Oh my god. All right, Chaz going to be first to act here. As Chase is still getting situated, getting his chips, so not going to be playing this hand. Chaz has something to work with. He's going to open it up. 6-5 suited. Boots will make the call.
Hands that has been notoriously dubbed ace crackers. 6-5 suited. 7-8 suited. 7-6, those middling suited connectors.
Yep. Yeah, 6-5 suited being the best one to try to bust up a pair of aces. At least in terms of all-in pre-flop equity.
Yes.
All right, so 3 ways to a flop. Bones will go ahead and defend out of the straddle. Boots in there, of course, in the middle. And we've got a couple of pairs here. Bones with top pair. Big Daddy Chaz, bottom pair. Bones here is going to go ahead and donk lead at this for 125. Chaz will make the call. And Boots should have quite a few hands that are going to interact with this board as well. Yeah, he's going to call as well. So 3 ways to a turn. Queen, Jack offsuit here for Boots, so he's working with 2 overs and a gutty. No player controls a heart, so everyone a little bit weary of this turn card, I would say. Bones going to slow it down, goes for a check. Chaz will do the same. And now this is the opportunity for Boots to actually come in and just scoop this pot away from 2 superior hands. 615 in the middle, and yeah, 450, something like that. He's going to make it much more reasonable. He's going to go for half pot here, 325. Doesn't want to scare anybody off, right, if he has a flush, and so he's going to make it look like, hey, just come along, you know. You guys got a pair or something? It's not so scary. Big Daddy Chaz, though, working with 3rd pair and a gut shot, and could just be dead, right? Like, if his opponent does indeed have a flush, it's just over and done. And there's actually a lot of hands that would continue there on the flop that he is behind as well. So he's just going to let it go. And Boots getting one done right there. So well played. We got Prestige Preston here in the chat, dropping a $5 super chat saying, just showing love. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. And welcome. Carlo, the chat pro, what's going on, man?
Happening, I don't want it to happen. It'll be 1, 2, 4. That's ridiculous.
So, what do you got going on for the Super Bowl? You got a little party that you're going to, or hosting, or what are you doing?
No, the Super Bowl is next Sunday. We are going to Vegas this week.
Oh, nice, going back to Vegas. Had
Yeah,
such a
we
good
leave
trip last time
Wednesday.
that you got to go back.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
this just another. This trip is being paid for by the previous trip, so why the hell not? Right?
Oh yeah.
So we will be flying back Saturday,
Okay.
which is Tim's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday in advance to Mr. Tim Hapgood.
And then Sunday, I don't think we really have any real plans.
Yeah. Hanging out at home watching the game, something like that.
I don't know. What channel's the game on? I don't have cable.
Oh, so it'll be kind of tough unless
We
you
have like a
bootleg it.
couple select channels.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what channel it's on. I'm sure it's,
And
you know,
somebody tell
somebody
me,
would know. But
CBS? Oh, if it's
Yeah.
CBS, then I'm watching it.
there you
I
go.
have that.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be at a pub with my girlfriend up in Colorado. Should be
Oh,
fun.
yeah. Yeah.
Go out, have a. Oh, actually, no, I forget. We're going to her brother's place. He's having a little. We'll get together. So, yeah, it's gonna be fun. Looking forward to watching this, man. The Bengals and the Rams.
I mean,
Hell
I love
yeah.
a good Super Bowl party.
Yeah.
I mean,
Snacks and drinks
but
and friends.
keep in
and
mind,
football.
I'm from New England, so like we had Super Bowl parties every year, but we were also always playing in it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, that helps.
It's a little different when you like don't have a team. NBC. Then I guess I have to go somewhere and watch it.
Womp. All right, 3 players. Chase has a hand, and he's going to play it. So he started off in the straddle. 7-6 off suit up against the aces for Bones and Slicer. We get a queen-high board here, 2-tone. Nobody connecting with this in any meaningful way. Bones has a gut shot to Broadway. Checks through. And 5 here on the turn. Gives Chase an up and down straight draw. Bones now going to try to deny some equity. Fires out 200 and almost full pot size wager here. Going to be a little bit tough for his opponents to continue. Chase will release the up and downer. A 9 would make a one-liner to a straight on the higher end. So even if you hit that, make your straight. Are you really feeling that great? So yeah, Chase agrees. He says, nah, I don't really need to try to hit this, and gets out of the way. Bones takes it down with the superior hand. All right, looking at the cumulative winnings, we are bright and early into the stream, so Boots sitting up the most at about 350. Pierre on his heels at 300, and Big Daddy Chaz stuck the old 420. Rizzo was just in Vegas last weekend. Great time. Hell yeah. Yeah, I haven't been out there in a few months now. I mean, I was out there for the series. Yeah, out in back in October, November. Yeah, no, it's a fun town. That is for sure. And I'd love to go back for something that isn't just the WSOP as well, because then you can.
It's a very different experience when you go when there's like not any big events poker related going on. So
Not many people that they lose.
I don't know. I think it's just it was really fun last time, and you know there wasn't anything in particular that we went out for.
Yeah.
And same thing this time, you know.
So it's more relaxed. You don't feel like you've got like a schedule or things that you got to do.
There's
or
some.
whatever.
We've got ideas of things that we could do,
Can I
but
get
we
a
have
brush
no
to live stream,
obligations
please?
and no specific, like no specific tournaments or things like that that we feel obligated to play.
Yeah. Cool.
But it's a great trip for like a weekend. It's a quick flight, get in, spend a couple days just degenning and not sleeping, and then you go home and then you take a full day to recover.
That's right. All right, it's time to gamble again, and I'm going first since I won last time. So unleash the fury.
Everyone knew that?
Brush,
Except me?
yeah, brush.
I mean, I got it at context clues, but
All right, Caitlin gonna open up here. Couple of jacks, couple of Judys. Slicer sitting on the 6-5 of spades this time. Can you beat a 4, Carolyn? Can you beat a 4?
I hope so, man. Rizzo recommending the show Absinthe, which is one of those things that I was 100% planning on looking into. I haven't been. It is, from what I hear, 100% the show to see. So I have plans to look into that while we're out there this time.
Oh, you could have. Oh my gosh! So Carlo tried to get in there, and
I'm so glad I beat him in there.
that would have been amazing if I rolled a 4 and you rolled a 1. That would have been
Yeah.
absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I wish you would have sniped you. Would have been so good. Oh man. All right, back to the poker rings. Caitlin here in the straddle.
Yeah, just took down a pot with jacks.
Dirty diaper going in the bin. Chase here on the button. The suited ace 8. Gonna open it up to 60. 85. There's an extra.
Yeah, there's another green chip
Green
in
chip
there.
in there.
We got some hands. Look at all these hands.
So this is the interesting dynamic. So button, small blind, and now big blind here for boots. So Pierre can definitely be 3-betting Chase quite wide. As we can see here, he's actually got a pretty strong hand. But boots, if he just calls here with the 9s, is 100% inviting Chase to call with all of his hands behind, and could always get re-raised with a 4-bet from Chase, who's like, oh, 3-bet and a call? No, get punked. But instead, Boots says, no, it's time to put in the 4th bet myself.
Yeah,
I'll push
I see
Chase out of the way, and now it's back to Pierre.
I see a lot of people playing, 9s and 10s super passively at the lower stakes. I really like this.
Pierre is going to make the call. King, Queen suited. Going to be strong enough to play out of position against a cold 4-bet. 7 high board here with no spade, and Pierre is just done.
Yeah.
This hand is over for Pierre. Checks it over, and Boots should go for a small continue here. Something around 700 would be my guess.
$650. Very close.
Yeah, and Pierre is over and done. If he did have like hearts, diamonds, clubs, there is an alternate universe, or at least a low probability or low frequency.
2 overs and the backdoor draw.
Yeah, where you block your opponent from having pocket kings, pocket queens, and so it's like, well, sometimes I'm just going to hit him with this, right, and see if you can get it done. But certainly, if you have no backdoor equity whatsoever, there's not much to be done there. That's sort of just the naked bluff, and the naked bluff, we don't see Pierre doing too many of those. Let's see here. Taking a look back at the chat. Axolotl videos. What just happened? Caitlin 4-bet. No, Caitlin wasn't in that one. That was a 4th bet from Boots. I think if you're talking about the previous hand with the jacks, then
Yeah.
she won pre-flop. I actually didn't see if it was 4 bets. I don't think it was, but
It was more than 2.
oh, okay. So then, so
was
she
a
opened
3-better
someone
of-
3-bet, and she did 4-bet. Okay, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were in gamble.
All right, we got a lipped pot here. Chase coming in from the cutoff. Slicer and Boots from the blind and the straddle. Couple of 7s and a tray. Slicer here going to flop a gut shot. Chase with 2 overs. And check 2 is going to go ahead and bet. And this is a prime spot for Slicer to go for a check raise. He is going to 250 now. Yeah, and the reason for this is that you're in the straddle. Like, you have all of the 3s
Right.
and 7s, and like, you just, yeah. What are you going to do now? Unless you actually have something really strong, and you limped pre. So what on earth can you have? So yeah, gets the job done. 5 high wins, ace high folds. Well played.
Loving it. Does it suit you? Oh, yeah.
All right, 500 of you fine people hanging out with us. 107 people have smashed the like button. Thank you guys for that, and welcome to all of our newcomers. Got Bob popping on in here. The Turd Burglar. What's going on, man? I like that.
What is it? The turd burglar?
Well, it's not spelled Turd Burglar. It's Turd Burglar, which is like
Do you think
more
he knows
tubular
that?
than a regular
Alright,
turd burglar. He's a tubular turd burglar. Turd Burglar. And the Turd Burglar has a question for us. Well, how much do tableside massages cost in Texas? Well, here at TCH Austin, it's $1.50 a minute. Come on down and hang out with us. Get yourself a tune-up from a licensed massage therapist from Texas, Royal Touch.
Yeah, just a 10-minute minimum for $15. They'll get you 10 minutes, and then you go from there.
They call that weaponized incompetence.
All right, raise to 75 here. Big Daddy Chad's case will make the call. Bones, though, waking up with a premium here in the straddle. Come in for a 3-bet, 425 to go. Big chunky squeeze size, as you do. And Chaz here, 9-8 suited. This is a hand that you really don't want to fold, like ever, but you really have to think about the implications of continuing. You call, your opponent next to act is probably going to call, which is fine with a hand like 9-8 suited.
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
here, it makes a lot of sense. Now, if you had a hand like 10s, it's like, I don't know. Or maybe 8s is a better example, right? Well,
Yeah, I was
no.
going to say 7s or...
Yeah, because even then you're fine with your opponent continuing because you either smash a set or you don't. In any case, let's just continue along here and we can get back into it if we want. But
Yeah, Chase is now perfectly happy to set mine given the amount in the pot and the price that he's getting for it. Ace high board is not going
You want a year off?
to-
No, it's true. It's true. It still hurts, but it's true.
It's definitely something you have to weigh when you're done.
It's not all like flowers over there, you know?
yeah, Chaz is pretty much the only player, though, that Bones really has to worry about having an ace. Chase can have one. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but Chase is much more likely to have something like what he has.
Yeah.
So
Chaz
checks
picks up
through.
a gutter. Bones only one controls a queen.
And Bones is in just pure, let's get to showdown and
For
see if
sure.
I can win. Big Daddy Chaz, though, yeah, with picked up equity there on the turn, is going to start betting now. 1.3K in the middle. This looks to be 1/3. 550, just a little bit over. Chase will get out of the way, and I think Bones has a fairly straightforward check call here.
I agree.
Pot's going to go up to 2.4K thereabouts. Stacked pot ratio 1.5, going to a river heads up. 5 of diamonds, backdoor diamonds.
Chase folded the set.
Yeah. Backdoor
Figured
diamonds
so.
comes in. Bones has a diamond blocker with the queen of diamonds there. He's going to check it over. And Big Daddy Chaz now in a spot with 9 high and an opponent that checked the flop, check called the turn, and you've got 9 high with no diamond. What do you do here?
You bet, right?
I mean, this is certainly bottom of range, you know, like we were sort of talking about before, where it's like, you know, you just kind of got to take these hands and bluff with them. And
Yeah,
Chaz
and I mean,
agrees.
diamonds gets there. I think it's a... He's going to put... He knows he's putting Bones in a tough spot, I think. Either, you know, either he's stepping in it, or he's...
Goes for a very value-heavy size here, though. So this is a size that an ace can bet. Something like ace. What can he have? Ace queen. Say ace queen.
Well, Bones is blocking ace queen.
He's gonna get him to fold. Yeah. So yeah, just it's a little. You have to ask yourself.
I like it. I think
What-
it makes sense. I think it was probably pre-designed by Chaz. Was basically, if something gets there, I'm gonna wrap it.
Yeah, but he wasn't really repping the flush. I mean, you certainly could bet a backdoor flush for a smaller size, trying to get paid by you know, not going like super polar, right? Because Bones has already sort of represented a hand weaker than a top pair by checking the flop and checking the turn. So yeah, you don't need to go big because if you did have a flush, you're not going to get paid. So you're absolutely right. He could be betting a flush for that size. He could also be betting some good aces as well. So yeah, and in fact, some players will even bet if they ever got there. No, no. Sorry, I was going to say something that wasn't right. So yeah, no, I think there's just a lot of value for that size. Nice size sizing choice by Chaz, and gets Bones to lay down the superior hand. Well done, well played. All right, 3 bets coming in from Slicer once again. 6-5 suited. This time it's the diamond variety, and Pierre, the original raiser from the hijack, not going to fold a hand like Ace Queen. The usual suspect asking, is the roll once per hour no longer in effect? It is once every 30 minutes now. All right, 8-7-7 Rainbow Slicer flopping bottom side. An up and down straight draw. C-bet for 200. I think Pierre has to continue for 1 street, at least. Does make the call in position. Slicer takes a peek and he's like, yep, okay. Backdoor diamonds as well. 10 of clubs here on the turn makes his straight draws way worse. And as the 3-better, his hand range is going to be not like particularly happy about this setup, but he is just going to keep betting, and Pierre is like, yeah, well, Ace Queen doesn't interact with this crap at all, so I just have to let it go, and that will do it.
Most of the regs think they're better than they are.
Matt Prof here wants to know if we can exchange the points for TCH time.
I wish.
No, not quite yet. Bob, now you can lose your points twice as fast. Well, yeah. You can, or
you can lose cash twice as fast.
Or you can win and stuff.
Oh, I get
In theory.
Well, Griffith taught me how to do it, so he was like, you have to be here at this time.
I'm just glad that so far in this stream, I am break even.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you. And, you know, we only have 6 more opportunities-ish.
Something like that.
For me to lose $120.
All right, well, we'll do our best. I will certainly do my best. Now it's just up to Streamlabs to...
But again, if I lose $100, $120 to you here in this booth, it is very reasonable compared to what could have happened if I decided to play this game.
Yeah, or you could just run like God and win every hand you play. You could have been on there with like 15K already. Think about that.
That's also possible in theory. But if ever a lineup that I don't really want to get tangled up in, this is it.
Yeah, this is not an easy lineup. That is for sure. But so far, seen some pretty good hands. It's been exciting, and
yeah,
I
we've seen some really
really
good play, and nothing's gotten too crazy yet. We've seen a lot of very strong play by multiple players, which is really fun to watch.
The Turd Burglar says that this announcer reminds me of a movie trailer voice guy.
Hey, you could do that. You should do that for your little side hustle.
Yeah. No, I always sort of enjoyed pretending that I'm that guy. I love there's a comedian that did a sketch about Little Tortilla Boy. Nobody's ever seen that. You should throw that in your Google machine. It's a really fun sketch. Big Daddy Chaz is going to throw $75 out there from the small blind, and Pierre will do the same from the straddle. Heads up to a flop. Chaz, first act. Ace King suited. And once again gets a board that doesn't really belong to his range. Pierre will take a peek, and he's like, ooh, I got a gut shot and a backdoor spade draw. So let's see what he does with this. So you bet a 75 here from Chaz, and Pierre could definitely just peel one off, but you can also raise, and he's going to raise. And this is certainly the much more effective play, I think. You immediately seize control of the action. And if your opponent does just have ace high or something, they're just going to be in a world of hurt and probably just have to fold. You don't even have to give them a chance to improve on any turns. But Chaz says there's enough of this sort of stuff out there, these gut shots, up and down straight draws, etc., that
Ace
might
high
go for
may
this
very
raise.
well be good. Pierre turns second pair is now holding the best hand. And having raised the flop, he is now in control. So this is now Pierre's hand.
Yeah, but now he actually has a pair, so now
Yeah,
it's time
so
to
he can
get to
check it
showdown.
back, but one way or the other, you know, he sees control on the flop, and I think that's really key to being able to. 3 on the river changes nothing.
But yeah, Chaz like doesn't even beat a bluff now. Like he was like, I mean, there just aren't any bluffs anymore. Everything has improved, and it's really kind of hard to think of a hand that Chaz is going to have that would want to bet for value here. Aces
I guess a
and
hard
kings
draw,
like could do it for sure.
a hard draw that completely bricked is the only thing he's beating
But
as far
it
as
was a raise
draws.
on the flop, right? So
Oh yeah, that's true. That would be backdoor.
it needed to interact with the board in some fashion. So Chaz is basically saying to Pierre, like, I have aces or kings or something like that, where like, okay, you check raise me on the flop, whatever, but I'm going to bet for value here. And Pierre is like, yeah, I'm not going to pay this off, but well played by Chaz.
Yeah.
So when Pierre checks back the turn, that definitely does sort of announce, like, I've improved, but I have improved to 1 pair. And Chaz sort of recognizing that and says, okay,
Yeah,
if you
I
have an
think
8.
if I'm in that hand, I think when I hit that pair on the turn, knowing that it's still, I mean, not like I have showdown value, sure, but it's not particularly strong. And there's other draws that are out there that have come in on the turn that I don't necessarily want to see get there.
Yeah.
I think I just bet it there.
Yeah. Paul Lee, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team. We got some people loving on the little tortilla boy routine. Apparently that is Pablo Francisco. Yes, hell yes. Dude, such an awesome such an awesome sketch. Jorge Cubas wondering who the lady is there giving the massage. That is a licensed massage therapist from Texas Royal Touch. You can get a tune up here at TCH Austin for $1.50 a minute. So Chase is always a big fan of getting the massage. As am I. I just got a nice hour-long massage at the table earlier. Woke up kind of weird and was all like ropey in my neck muscles, and now I feel much better.
I feel like I wake up like that every day, so sometimes I just come out of my way to come to TCH just to be like, yeah, I guess I'll play cards, but I'm really just.
Yeah, no, it's great. Absolutely. All right, heads up to this flop. Raise to 80 pre from Chase, who's called. Chase goes for a big chunky bet, 220 on the flop, and Boots makes the call. Chase, though, going to improve to the best hand on the end. And comes out for bet a 400, 2/3 pot here on the end, and Boots, who was good all the way up until this point, has now got to be wondering, does my opponent ever do this with something just like a naked ace, just to try to push me off of this pot? If I don't think he does, then I just fold. If I do, then I could consider calling.
I'm glad I'm enjoying it because they're doing a really bad job. Like,
Boots is considering it, going through all of the thoughts there.
Just saying like, oh, let's make this
Really big flop bet. And the check on the turn. Now
Really
betting.
big
the
flop
first time we
bet.
didn't play. Well,
Yeah, it's just kind of weird. It's like,
It doesn't really, you know, it doesn't scream value. It screams like, just get out of my pot. Like, I'm trying to buy this. So, hence the call on the flop, I think, from Boots, without any hesitation.
well, his hand was definitely too good to fold on the flop. Then check on the turn. And now this 2/3 bet on the end just looks super value-y. Boots is going to pay it off because he's hoping that his opponent can have some spades and some just weird ace highs that just kind of wanted to bet and take it and then shut it down on the turn. Now we're going for it again. And yeah, just happened to improve to a pair of kings. So Chase gets the value bet paid off. Got just about 10 minutes until we can fire up another gamble.
I saw LaMelo got in as like an alternate or something.
Yeah, they deserve it. Jorge Cuba saying that she just started LOL. I swear she was in the background sitting down. Oh, she was massaging his hands.
The other day when you were at the table and you were getting massaged, and the massage therapist was massaging your hands or forearms or something, and she was, you know, hunched down where you couldn't see her when you were sitting at the table.
Yeah.
Aaron just got this look on his face. His eyes are closed. He's just in the massage zone.
Yeah.
But no one can see the massage therapist. So everyone at the table is just staring at Aaron like he's sitting straight up with his arms back where the massage therapist can reach them. Eyes closed. And we're like, what?
What is he doing? Is he meditating over there?
And it wasn't until you opened your eyes and we were like, what are you doing over there? You were like, what?
I'm getting a massage.
And then the massage therapist poked her head up, and we were like, oh.
There you go.
It was good. It was very good.
5 ways to this flop. We've got some suited hands. We got some broadways and captain.
Chase flopping a set.
In there as well.
Boots has nut, heart draw. Caitlin's got a backdoor and a pair. Chase has set of 4s.
Yeah, Boots and Chase can definitely get quite a few more chips into this pot, but everybody else with no real reason to continue. Indeed, that is the way it's going to shake out. Checks all the way over to Chase on the button. He fires out for half pot. Gets called. No, full pot, I should say. Full pot bet.
Check, check.
Quick check.
Quads.
Check.
4 of a kind for Chase. Boots has ace high, so I don't think Chase is going to get paid here, but.
Yeah, Chase presumably should be attacking a weak queen, like queen, jack, queen 10, that just really wants to get to showdown. He's going to fire out 1,000 and Boots will head for the hills. And Chase will be like, yeah, I had all of the sailboats.
Yep.
I had a marina
I was really
over
hoping
here.
to see the 6 of hearts there on the river for a little bloodshed. And
It would have been bloody for old Boots, that's for sure. Taking a look there at the chip counts. Chase buying in for somewhere close to 10K, chipping up on that one. He is at the pole position, 10.8K.
we're still waiting on one more who is scheduled to arrive.
I was actually shooting today.
Oh yeah?
Taking a look here, back into chat, seeing what y'all are talking about up on her.
No, like
I didn't know like skeet shooting.
Talking about
Like,
oil
hunting, I don't know. I'm
Oil
new
change
to
is
it.
nice.
you want to go?
I need to change my oil, actually.
Yeah, me too.
I'd be nervous.
My car sort of, or my truck sort of changes its own oil by just leaking it out onto the ground. But that's not
Maybe
the
you
best
should
way to
fix
do it.
that first.
I have the part too, but it's really obnoxious because I have to take the effing power steering pump off. And like, I could do it, like, don't get me wrong, but it's just like an afternoon's worth of work. And I've just been putting it off for a really long time.
So you're just refilling the oil.
Yeah,
when it gets low?
exactly.
I've had cars like that. I feel
Exactly
you.
what I'm doing. Slicer gonna make the call after Pierre opens to 150. El Capitan will make the call from the straddle. Ace 7-3, couple of hearts, 1 diamond. Slicer here checks it. Pierre with second pair. Could go for a little bit of equity denial with a small bet there, but figures this pair of 7s is good enough to just check it back.
Just open folding, which I disagree with 100% in this scenario. It is kind of a patented move for him. Like we talked about this last week, the open fold. And I can tell you, a significant portion of this table will agree with my perspective on the open fold in a bomb, which is that it's perfectly reasonable.
Oh, sure.
But open folding in a holdem hand is something that I not.
Yeah, definitely. I don't.
Especially before the board runs all day.
Yeah.
like your opponents might have nothing, and the river hasn't even come out yet.
Yeah, like
What
if
are you
you
folding
and
for?
he could have hit a 9 if it just like checks to a 9 on the river, like he would have the best hand and win. So yeah, folding there is not
You're
a good thing.
potentially just throwing money away.
I mean, you're doing that, and then there are also other times where you're actually influencing the action, and it's in a subtle way because it's like you didn't tell somebody something about the hand, you didn't expose a card, you didn't do anything as crazy as that, but it's like by just folding your hand and giving up your equity in the pot, you influence your opponents because now their equity goes up, and now there's somebody who's like, wait, I'm last to act, and the only other person on this street to bet just folded their hand. Of course, I'm going to bluff with all of my shit now. Whereas normally they might be a little bit more afraid and like, oh, somebody's got to have something and just check. Right? So if you change the action by doing things like that, then it's not great.
Right,
Anyways.
Captain flops a gutter.
It's literally almost
Here's got king high currently.
Chart's not one
shot, better shot you have to be.
We're going to go to a turn card. See what
Mike
happens.
put his second in one time at chalk.
They give
I
you
think
a
he
buggy
played 38
that
hours.
you can load all your shit up.
Literally played 38 hours.
Captain picking up more out.
He played, smoked, and was drinking until when he could drink.
Double
was like-
gutter now.
Yeah,
Pale white,
love it.
like shivering.
Ace or ace 6.
No,
Six
the
will
last
give him
time
the
I
nut
played a bunch
straight.
of TCH, it was like when I was working.
He's just going to bet.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. We're like leaving, and something happened where like, fuck, I guess we can turn around. And he's like, yeah, I'm like, oh, fuck, let's turn around. We're going back one more day.
He comes back and puts in another set.
He's a fucking animal.
No, the last time I did a mega.
I was just trying to read the chat here.
Yeah.
Changing oil is overrated. Engine failure is a myth. Yeah, fake news for sure.
It's never happened.
Working my ass off and running or something.
What I will say is that because I am aware of my oil leak, I am very aware of checking it regularly and topping it off to make sure that I don't get too low. But yeah, it is something that I really just need to take an afternoon and make it happen. It's a very strange design. I'm not going to go too much into detail, but it has a remote oil filter location. So it's got 2 oil lines that run away from the engine block, takes it up to like next to the radiator.
We just practice out in the street.
Then the oil filter is up there, and then it comes back to the engine block. So it's like a cooling situation. It's very strange though. I don't understand it. It's
Captain
bizarre.
playing 7 deuce for the love of the game. It is actually, according to him, one of his favorite hands. 7 deuce suited. I mean, never gonna call. Block
Yeah.
the pair.
You can
Yeah,
have one, but
makes a pair,
Has
makes
the
the best hand.
Yeah.
You have to like they go. I think they buy it elsewhere and bring it, but I'm not.
I'm gonna
I'm
let it
not
go though.
Probably
Alright.
speaking
But
that. I don't know. I don't follow on this and all that shit. So.
Yeah, call with 7 deuce, make a pair, fold. I mean, okay, it's a bet, 75. Bone's still in here with the gutty.
yeah. If
Checking.
Caitlin gets to showdown with ace high, Captain's gonna be kicking himself. Now he's definitely kicking himself.
Yeah, but now Bones, after Caitlin checks back on the turn, the only time that you'll play something as weak as a gut shot as a check call on the flop is if your opponent then checks the turn that you go for the bluff on the end. He does and gets the job done. Caitlin folds the superior hand with the ace high. And yeah, it's like, so normally hands weak like gut shots are going to be mostly played as check raises. Just because
I
like you're not
agree.
going to
Yeah.
improve so frequently. Like your hand
have
just
to.
kind of sucks that
Yeah.
you need to do it that way. But if you are going to play it as a check call, then you really have to be prepared to
Go duck hunting.
pounce on your
I'm sorry,
opponent's
I'm like-
check
You got
backs on the
Do
turn.
you have a dog?
So,
that
well
goes
played
gets
by
the
both.
ducks, or is that in just Nintendo?
I do, but he's
Yeah, we got Fig Nuts here saying, is it an oil cooler? Yeah, exactly. And Michael Hauer asking if it's a Ford. Yes, it is. So yeah, it's a 97 Expedition. So I'm sure some of y'all are familiar
97.
with it.
Wow.
The first model year of the Expedition, and it's
Wow.
one of the top 10 longest running cars on the road. Yeah,
Evidence by your, how many years old is that guy?
1997 to 2022.
25.
Classic. It's an effing
Okay.
classic.
Can you
As of
register
this
that
year.
as an
After
antique?
this year, I can. I don't think I can this year. I think it has to be over 25 years old. I am not exactly sure, but I will
Someone
get
look
to
that up,
register it
get
as
back to
a
us.
classic. Yeah. But yeah, I've got almost 200,000 miles on it. The thing runs like a champ.
Bring it back every time. Oh, sorry. It's like, jeez. Yeah,
In any case,
Well,
we've got poker,
200,000 miles for a car
All
doing
of my
100
questions
volts.
and then it'll be going forward are going to be just as
but it's a Ford and it's still running. So that's, I mean, that's the testament of time that it
brought back
has
2 and 1 though
withstood.
one time.
Yeah.
All right, 8-5 Trey rainbow flop here.
It's really cool to watch him work. It's half the fun for me.
Pair. Ace 7 high, currently good. Captain turning back with clubs.
or duck.
Not going to bet it,
It's tougher to
despite the
knock down a
check
goose.
around on the flop.
Like when we went goose hunting, it's you got 8.
Yeah, 9 of clubs on the turn.
Chaz has a gutty.
You got three
King
rounds per guy.
high, no good for Pierre. He's going to fold
knocking
it.
down 8.
Captain here almost inadvertently wagering a pink chip. It would have really just
It
been
would
a
have been a
call.
call
Yeah.
either way, so it didn't matter. But
Does make the call with correct chips denominations.
Jack on the river.
Because obviously, like, you can just like stand in.
Captain will win if we get to showdown, but I'm not sure if we will. Chaz here is going to have to bluff to win, and he's probably going to have go polar here, 400 plus.
And depending on what the field's like, if it's iced over or what it looks like.
350. Okay, kept it a little bit reasonable.
But
Works nonetheless. Captain folds his superior hand, but not by much.
Just
And
there.
what we did is we put out 500 full body.
Fignut's saying, doesn't that restrict the number of miles you can drive it per year? I'm not sure. I think every state is different about their specific sort of limitations and whatever. So that may be the case. But I mean, the plan is still for me to replace my Civic with another sedan. I'd love to get a brand new Civic SI or, ship a tournament and get a Type R, but that's, who knows. But in any case, the used car market is
Yeah, it's
fucked,
a little
and
crazy
the
right
new
now.
car market is fucked. So,
Yeah,
like,
it's
right
not a
now
good
is
time.
no.
Thank God you had a backup vehicle.
Exactly. I mean, that was my drive up into the mountains and have a good time in New Mexico truck. Like, and now I live here in Texas. Just sat on the street. So yeah, wrecked my Civic, and now I have a car. Wheels.
Yeah,
that move. It's great.
that's very fortunate to just have a second car as a.
If I didn't need it, like as my primary driver right now, I could probably like go out and try to sell it for like double what I
Yeah.
paid for it, like, which is insane, right? 4-wheel drive still works, right? Like everything's good on that truck. Okay, not everything is good on that truck. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you just
but it
told
runs
us about
good. It
the oil
runs
leak, so that's
good.
a lie.
There are some other things that I could share, but I won't. Anyways, we got PLO bomb pot time because Tyler's in the box now.
Chaz has an overpair to the board and a gutter to a straight flush.
This one was like, I mean,
Chase
their
has the
wing
naked
spread
ace
was
of
like
spades,
this.
also
And so this one
pocket
was like, the
aces.
first one we shot was like on the ground on its legs, and his beak's, or his neck's probably this long. And he's up there like looking at the guide, like he's fighting cobras.
Mad Prof, good times in Las Vegas, New Mexico. Yeah, there could be some good times had in Las Vegas, New Mexico. Particularly if you like drugs.
And,
Okay.
He mesmerizes it.
975.
Look at that one, and he bitch slaps it with the other one. And
piece of it?
knock it to the ground and
Chaz is going to make the call with the gut shot to the straight flush.
died real quick. But
Captain and Boots in here as well. 4 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't improve any of the hands that we can see. Boots here with a set of 7s. And bingo
Straight
bango.
flush gets there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Chaz says check. And Captain says bet. He's got the flush. Queen high flush. Bets 300. And Chaz going to hit him with the check raise Ruski here. One more look just to make sure. Yep, 6, 10. Yep, straight flush. Time to give him the business. Boots has already folded.
Yeah, well, Chaz said the P word. So,
Penis?
Boots.
Fred Flintstone.
Chaz said penis, and Boots
Gonna get
just
called by
folded.
Captain.
what was that?
I'm a little surprised by the snap call by Captain when, I mean, there's 2 bigger flushes besides the straight flush that he's losing to also.
But the king high flush isn't going to do it. And if it's only an ace high flush, then there are going to be times where your opponent is going to hit you with the check raise with the blocker, right? Naked ace of spades, and you're like, you can't have the nuts, so check raise, pot, fold, right?
Right.
So I don't think that calling with the queen high of spades there is like a terrible thing. Snapping is like
Yeah, there was
whatever,
no thought.
but
Yeah, it was very quick. Was my thought
yeah,
on it.
I like whether or not like Captain was like, I am not going to give him credit because he could be doing this with a naked ace, whatever. Like who knows? But you know, I don't think it's terrible. I think it's perfectly reasonable to make a call with queen high flush there. It is just going
I'm not
to
saying
run
that
into
the
this
call
kind of
in
stuff.
in and of
sometimes.
itself was unreasonable. I would not have made that decision quite so quickly.
Sure. Yeah, because the other side of the coin is too is who checks the ace high flush there, right? Because most of the other inferior flushes are just going to check behind and just take their showdown and be like, I don't know, I got the 10 high flush, like get out of here, or whatever. So ace high flush benefits tremendously by just betting itself, right? Because if Chaz has the ace high flush, he's just gonna like bet half pot or 2/3 and hope to get called.
Doesn't the same apply to the straight flush there?
No, because somebody else can have the ace high flush. When you have 10-6 of spades, your opponent can bet, and then you can give them the raise, and then they have to call. Right. Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So no, I think Captain there is just like in a terrible spot because it's like no, they would just always bet the ace high flush themselves. Anyways, on to the next hand. We shall go. A couple of players with diamonds. Chase though is not going to play his. Pierre not going to play his either. Caitlin, the lone diamond wielder. 9-6 deuce, couple of hearts. Captain flops top pair. Checks all the way through though. And king of spades here on the turn. Caitlin now with the top pair. Interesting that Captain doesn't bet hands like this, where it's like he flops top pair, gets checked too. Sort of a prime betting spot. Just bet and take the pot down. Instead checks it back, then an overcard peels, someone else bets, and he just folds. So, yeah. Interesting choices sometimes, but is going to just have to get away from that one. Of course, after the turn.
I think there's a lot of instances where someone with a couple of overs is still going to call him there. So maybe he's
It's about that girl who helps like these orphan geese migrate.
Yeah.
not feeling like he can really deny equity well enough to put the money in there.
No,
I don't know. That's
It's time to gamble.
oh,
And you won the last one, so who's going first?
I would imagine it'd be hard this time.
oh, you.
Okay.
I ran over a cat the other day.
Lock it in.
It was an accident.
Graham and Skullbone just rolled some big ones. I hope
I
there's
know.
one left
That's
in
why I said
the
you
bank
first.
for me. Not low. 3. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to break into the walrus here. Slicer waking up with a couple of queens after the 3-bet from Big Daddy Chaz here on the button. 4 bets coming in, and this is a classic clash of two of the biggest
I
hands
lost
in
points,
poker.
but I won money. I'll take it.
525 to call now here for Chaz. This is button versus UTG at this point. And Slicer going to not only just actually have a really strong hand, but is representing a very strong hand. I like this. Big Daddy Chaz just going to call. When you're up against an under-the-gun open, that range is just already quite strong. And when they put in a 4th bet, that means that they mean business. Ace high board, though. Big Daddy Chaz going to outflop his opponent, and Slicer has got to be hating what's going on here. His
Yeah, I
opponent.
think Slicer was probably hoping that Chaz is going to re-raise him there.
Like I told somebody the other day, I was like, I'm good. I'm not
Well, let's come back to that. Slicer here going to go ahead for the tremendous down bet here. 175, so this is 1/10 pot.
Itty bitty.
You don't see this too often. Usually if you're going to go for the down bet, like 1/5 to 1/4 pot is used a little bit more frequently than the 1/10. But Slicer wants to make sure that if his opponent's going to continue with a weaker hand, if he's going to bet, then it should be with the intention of getting a weaker hand to come along. And if he bets larger, they're going to fold. He could just still be behind, right? But he's going to continue betting small. and if he can just do this all the way to the end and get called on turn and river, then his opponent's going to have like 9s and 8s, and it's going to be great. If he ever gets raised, then he's going to know the jig is up, and he's probably just toast. But Chaz just happy to keep calling these tiny bets in position, as he knows that he is just good.
Oh,
Now he's real good.
Yeah, obviously we know he's real good. Do you think that changes Slicer's perspective on the value of his hand?
I do.
That there are fewer aces that Chaz could have.
Yeah, Slicer is now solidly in between here. This is going to be a merge effectively. I mean, it's a 4-bet pot, so there's not a lot of merging going on here, but this is where he's going to actually, it's not a merge at all. If he bets, he's trying to target jacks and 9s, and there would be a specific size for that. But he's going to check instead, which is going to give Chaz an opportunity to just bet for value here, and then Slicer's going to have to try to figure out his life.
Yeah.
I think another very small bet from Slicer actually would have been my preferred line, but even if he does that, then his opponent might turn 9s into a bluff anyways. I don't know. This has just been very strange. A very interesting hand for sure. Big Daddy Chaz, though, going to bet 1.7K, and Slicer's like, yeah, you just have it. I guess by checking, he accomplishes effectively the same thing as betting really tiny again.
Yeah, I mean, unless the alternative is that
I was being friendly, but you counted 1,600.
Chaz calls with like
Yeah, but Jax is also likely to just check back. Maybe not.
Maybe not. I mean, he might.
Maybe I should call her.
Chaz might play Jax almost the same way in position.
But what gets called, right? Like, what goes bet small, checks to you on the river, you bet for value with jacks and get called by an inferior hand. Like, what are those hands? They don't really exist. So there's no point in him betting jacks. I think, yeah, the goal there was
Flush,
just...
hearts got there, I guess.
Yeah, but that's not an inferior hand. So, yeah, I don't know. Tough to say. But in any case, really well played there. Fun hand. Gaspard Farine here, dropping us a $5. What is that? CHF. What is that unit of currency? But dropping us a super chat here. Says that got the best analysis on the live stream. Amongst the best analysis on the live stream's great commentator. Hey, thanks a lot, man. Really appreciate those kind words and your contribution. Oh, fantastic. Oh, those are worth like
$1.08.
more than $1.
108.
Sweet. I'm going to retire. Caitlin here flops a boat. That's pretty good. Big Daddy Chaz was the pre-flop raiser. He's going to bet. After getting called, now a 5 of diamonds here on the turn, and Caitlin checks over to Chaz once more. Without picking up any equity, I think he's just going to shut it down. He does. 9 of hearts here on the end. And
Chaz still has just jack high, which...
Caitlin's going to bet. I mean, I get it. You want to get value, but your opponent just isn't going to have any value hands.
Yeah, the only way I think Chaz was putting another dime in his pot was as a bluff, so the only way that works is if he checks it out, unless he wants to bluff at it now, I guess.
This would be pretty ambitious. He does have the jack blocker. But man, yeah. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. And Caitlin can't believe her luck. 1550, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 1550 here from Chaz. Check.
Yeah, Caitlin's sitting on
Check
3K
on the
behind.
turn. Yeah, all in. And a quick fold. Chaz is like, oops. Oops. Yeah, one of those things where, like, she could just somehow have some clubs that bricked out or something. It's hard to find a combo of them unless it's like ace-5 clubs, something.
I mean, just a weak queen or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but a weak queen probably isn't going to value bet the river 2/3 like that.
Bluff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just one of those things where...
What the fuck did you have?
there's some scary stuff out there and a misdraw. And Chaz was like, yeah, screw it. Let's give it a shot. I got a blocker.
Yeah, just not realizing that the scary stuff out there was what was in.
Straight flush isn't.
Well, I mean, you know, you look back on that and you're like, oh, she flopped a boat. Like,
Yeah.
okay, but what about all the other times that she doesn't have a flop freaking boat, right? Like, there's so many hands that are going to be sort of frightening, frightened, you know, by this large raise. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Graham Shatter says, buy a new truck. Dude.
Caitlin celebrating with some liquor bottles
Hell
being
yeah.
brought to the table. I like that too.
Yes, everybody needs to get loaded up. But yeah, I think 5 Swiss francs, that's enough for a new truck. Who's gonna sell me a truck for 5 CHF? Let me know here in the chat. Drop a deuce in the chat if you're selling a truck for 5 CHF. I might buy it.
Put it down. All right. Step away for one moment. I will
All right.
return.
Yeah, I'd rather have like some bacon from HEB.
Perfect, perfect. All right, looking at the chip counts here. Big Daddy Chaz, 11.1K after that nice last little pot he won. Captain bringing up the bottom of the chip stacks here, 3.6K. Everybody else in between. We got some Trulies. We got some bottles of, I see some Malibus. I see some whiskeys out there. So, yeah, all sorts of good stuff going on here. Hope y'all are having a good time hanging out, perhaps having a beverage of your own. And, yeah, just genuinely enjoying this fine game of poker that we're playing here on TCH Live Monday. I am your host, Aaron McAvoy. Oftentimes going by the handle Aaron around these parts. Slicer, Captain, and Pierre all looking to go to a flop 3 ways here. Pierre, the original raiser from the cutoff, getting called from 2 players in the blinds. Ace high, 2-tone. Checks through. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Pairing the board. Checky, checky. Now Pierre has to decide if he wants to attack and try to get king high to fold. He says yes.
You still thinking about Costa Rica?
Gets the job done.
Yeah.
Aggression frequency there. Usual suspects all the way up at the top, but really not a lot of separation between top and bottom. Aggression frequency all going to be between 1/3 and 50% of the time. Of course, the aggression frequency is just when you are in a hand, like you have participated in a hand, you get sort of counted as being aggressive if you raise rather than take a passive action such as check or fold. And you add up all of those actions and sort of look at the frequency at which you were the aggressor versus the more passive player. And that's how you get your aggression frequency. Caitlin being aggressive on this one, putting in a 3rd bet, 275 to go on the button over the original raise from early position. Boots had flatted in between, and he is now going to call once again. Playing this one out of position, jack high board, couple of diamonds. Caitlin here flops. A gut shot to Broadway and drills it on the turn after checking back the flop. Oftentimes you'll see a continuation bet there on the flop, but she checks it back and then drills it on the turn. And Boots can't continue no matter how you slice it. And Caitlin will take down the pot.
Yeah, that's fun. Next time, give me a little heads up.
Yeah, I go like 4 times a year. I'll let you know the next time I go.
Graham here saying Malibu looks good. Haven't had in a while. I also haven't had Malibu in a little while. I mean, it's not my favorite. It's not my least favorite, I guess I would say. But, it's kind of whatever. The really sweet sort of flavored rums and stuff like that, the vodkas and stuff, not really my jam
Watercolor, Florida.
for the most part.
It's a really good family spot to go to. Beautiful beaches.
Yeah, people talking about the price of gasoline. Yeah, that is the big downside to driving my 97 Expedition is that it really doesn't do well in terms of gas mileage. Efficiency, I think when I drive it around the city, I get somewhere between 10 and 12, and if I do every once in a while, sort of take a longer road trip, either up to Dallas or down to Houston, something like that, I'll get more like 15, but yeah, it's not ideal. All right, 4 ways to a flop here. Ace-7 tray, couple of clubs out there. Ooh, boots and bones sitting on clubs. Big Daddy Chaz has top pair 5 kicker and slicer. A whole lot of not much. 7, 8, 9. Not good enough to continue. Bet a 200 here from Boots. Bones could definitely go for the check call or the check raise. Looks to be going for check raise and chips. And that'll get Big Daddy Chaz off of the ace. So the only pair in the hand is going to hit the muck. Now back over to Boots here. He's got the queen high flush draw. He's going to make the call. Heads up to a turn. Looks to be a 4 or a 5. Can't quite see here. We'll get that scanned in just a moment. It is a diamond, though. No club. Bones now going to check. And has basically gone from a hand that was like, I'm going to check raise because I've got some equity, but if I don't improve, I guess probably just shut it down and see what happens. We are sort of frozen here, it seems, as we have a little bit of issue with the action tracking, but we'll get that all sorted out here. Yeah, 4 of diamonds. It was on the turn. Checky, checky. Off to a 6 of diamonds here on the end, and Boots, who... okay.
We're like, how do we get home? And he's like, I got a buddy.
So Boots already had the best hand with queen high, but he's going to improve to a pair. Thank you. And yeah, Bones is going to have to bet now and quickly gets a fold here from Boots. So interesting. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. But the check on the turn is sort of curious because Bones' check raising hands for value on the flop are something like 2 pairs, ace-3 suited, something like that, and sets. And when 7-3 even, right? Like 7-3 could have gotten in there out of the blind and flop bottom 2. But then a lot of those hands are going to continue betting on the turn. So when Bones checks there, that's sort of an interesting spot. But of course, when you just like river a pair of 6s, how often are you just like pumped and being like, yeah, I'm going to call you. Like I had front door clubs that missed, but I'm still going to just call you down. Yeah, not too often. Doesn't happen that time, that's for sure. Pierre here will raise ace-7 suited. And Boots says, I don't like losing hands, and I'm going to try to win this one with Jack-3 of diamonds. Captain, though, is going to put in 3 bets to 200. Ace-Queen offsuit.
I don't think I was successful.
Oh, come on, you say
Pardon me.
Sure.
Yeah. Pierre's going to come along and Boots not going anywhere. Man, we have seen a ton of these like weirdly connected middling flops.
Yeah. Pierre flopped open-ended, and Boots turns a pair. Now has the best hand.
Pierre's going to fire out full pot size bet here, just about 500. And Boots with the pair of 3s. Now, going to make the call.
Yeah, I'm actually not surprised by that.
Doesn't have a club, doesn't have a spade, and that's pretty good, all things considered. But Pierre is going to drill the straight here on the end.
How old are you there?
Now I'm expecting sort of a smallish value bet here.
Where is that at? In the lake?
Check.
I don't have no idea.
Check's fine too. Just check calling any bet. Makes sense. Boots here, not exuding the strength, right?
He can't
Oh, he is though. Sort of laughing and having a good time. And I mean, this is the sort of the joy of having Boots at the table is that the man will just sort of start laughing at you in the middle of the hand and then hit you with the bet anyways.
Pierre's
And-
gonna make the call, and Boots
Yeah.
is gonna
Oh, straight.
chuck his phone across the table. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, there was, you know, somebody had to punch in some digits or something. I don't know exactly what it was, but yeah, Pierre just going for pure bluff catch mode there. If his opponent ever does somehow have
Spades,
superior
yeah.
hand, then fine, pay him off. But that was interesting.
First today,
Yeah.
first today, then Pierre.
Lay down here, baby.
Da-da-da.
25 here.
Okay.
Live 50.
Mad Prof here wondering if the botanist is an exceptional gin. Yes, it is. Love it.
Thank God, but like 5K to win like 50K at the championship.
10 to 1. Fold.
Yeah. Still gotta do
It's my 10.
One of my favorites. Actually, is my favorite gin.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to win.
Yes, we've had this discussion in the past.
Not at first. Until the,
Slicer here with a couple of 10s. Really nice hand. Chase had a 10 as well, so the pickings will be slim for finding a set, but he's going to find 2 callers here in Bones and Boots. Jack 8-3, couple of spades. So Slicer is going to get outflopped. Boots with the top pair. Bones on a gut shot and a backdoor diamond flush draw. Checks over to Bones, and he's going to bet that draw to the tune of half pot.
Nah, real safe.
Boots here will make the call. And Slicer with the
They're really
10s.
nice. They're really nice people.
It's awkward, but yeah, I understand making the call. There's draws out there, and your hand is going to be good enough to continue and sort of see what happens. It's going to be a lot of bad turns like this one.
Yep.
Checky. Now Bones has to decide what to do. Quick check as well. And a king of diamonds now here on the end. Going to give Boots top 2 pair with a spade in hand. So now his hand is real good.
Live the good life.
Okay.
1.2K in the middle. He is going to attack to the tune of 700-800 there. 900, I should say. And 2 quick folds. Gonna get the job done.
what if Killer guys like want to pull us up into it? Everybody was so nice. Clean.
All right, 737. I think
We're getting close.
we're getting close.
Yeah,
Never felt threatened. You know?
we gave this guy.
I'm scrolling to see when we last did. 718 was my wager. So oh wait, we've got to wait till 748 then,
It's like add
or
our
thereabouts.
Long time.
drop this off.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, because I made you go
Never
first.
save. You
right.
never got a bad. You never got a bad vibe. You know.
All right, onwards and
You're right,
upwards.
Very clean. Really ain't littering.
Caitlin folding the king
There's
Dewey.
a kids show that we watched with my son.
Yeah, a lot of Americans move.
It's a great kids show.
What is it?
It's called Nature Cat.
Nature Cat.
Yeah, it's all the voices are SNL cast members.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's really good. It's funny.
Okay.
But his one of his catchphrases is like onward and yonward. Me and Tim say that all the time.
Okay. Nice.
Just made me think of that.
Captain here going to raise with a couple of 5s. Find some callers behind. 1 caller, I should say, and then Pierre. 3 betting.
No, you can answer the question. as
Chase
long as
tried
you
to
tell me
sneak
how
in
many
there
doors.
with the queen jack off, but Pierre in a big blind, of course, with a strong hand. Not
Did
going
they
to
post,
allow this
waivers on
to
the door to show, like, a clean bill of
continue
health?
for that
That's
price.
how I decided. if I
Dominican
wanted.
Republic is where they're
Chase out of the way. Captain made the call. 800 in the middle. Captain the effective stack on 3K. And once again, a middling connected board. Captain has an underpair to the board. Does have a gut shot to the 8. But Pierre with 2 overs and a heart flush draw is almost even in equity.
Yeah, Pierre is probably pretty pleased with this flop.
Oh,
Maybe not with the
snap.
way that it's playing out, but
Snap raise from Captain here. But no, this is actually fine for Pierre because of Captain's stack size. He's just going to play for all of it.
yeah.
I mean, you don't love it. It's not like slam dunk, like do a lap around the table, but you're just not in a position to fold here. And the only thing that makes sense is to raise.
Well, and you're you're
love
never
Taylor. She lets
drawing
me fall
dead
down.
there either, right? Unless he's got the ace-high flush draw.
Certainly, you're not drawing dead.
Yeah.
You're right that you're never drawing dead, but you can be in the basement. Unlikely, right?
Unlikely that Captain be raising and raising that big.
I
How
mean,
much was it?
yeah,
How much was the flop? Oh no, he bet 475 on the flop. So.
yeah. Pierre
All right,
is
all
going
in
to
and
ship
a
it
call.
in a
I
call,
guess it's just
and we're just going to run it out and see who gets all the chippies. See if Captain can hold. No. He turns a set.
Ugh.
Turns a set, which brings in the flush, and then needed the board to pair for a boat. Instead,
Wow.
it just,
What an interesting run out.
it really was. And they just ripped it, too.
Yeah.
There was no deal making there. Captain did technically get it in ahead, had 52% equity, and then just runs out all hearts. No board pair. So, tough spot there for Captain. Is going to reload, and he'll take a crack at this once again. All right, I'm going to step out, use the restroom for just a moment. I will return shortly.
I'll be here. Maybe. See what happens. All right. Moving right along. If you're just joining us, we are playing 5, 10, 25 here in Austin, Texas at Texas Card House. We have an elite lineup, I would call it, today. This is, some really good play from everybody all around. It's fun to watch.
Whatever you want.
I'm gonna take my girl first. So when we come back, I'm gonna go to Boys Street.
48. 125. Fold.
So there's a 125 bet and a call, or?
No, call 25. Raise 25.
Bones is going to raise here to 125 after Captain limps ace-3 offsuit. Folds back around to Captain.
Thought about calling.
Make the call. Captain flopping 2 pair here. Captain rebought for 5K. Bones is behind now.
Oh, wow. Spicy one here.
He's been a huge bender, so I got no idea.
Small check raise here from Captain as the rest of his chips arrive. And yeah, Bones in pretty much no position to do anything other than make the call. Oh my goodness.
Bloodshed about to occur.
Two-thirds pot size bet here on the turn, jack of clubs. Bones in a commanding lead here. He is just going to make the call. He's still behind sets. And the front door flush draw just got there. So Bones absolutely just sort of in a spot where it's like he kind of has a bluff catcher, but Captain isn't going to bet with the ace of spades.
Yeah. Interesting choice.
And now that he checks, Bones can go for value and will. Keeps the size small, wants to get called by an ace or an inferior 2 pair, and does. Yeah, really tough spot there for Captain. Sort of back-to-back hands. Just, I mean, the 5s, it was a little bit speculative, but here it was just like
Yeah,
he just drilled the flop and then, wrecked. Tough spots, man. And that's how it goes sometimes, because it kind of, it feels like it, especially when you're in the middle of it, where you just like, bam, bam, left, right, like just get racked, like whacked.
Yeah.
Because it just feels like sort of the poker gods are out to just take you down a peg, you know, sort of put you in your place or something, and it's very uncomfortable. But the opposite can be true when you're running good, right? And then you just kind of like win, win. You're like, oh, this is great.
You're like, I'm the best player ever.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of it is just pure dumb luck. I mean, those two hands just had to see a turn, and guess what? It's Jack. Now you're toast. All right, Bones has another nice hand. A couple of tens this time.
You wanted to really do it.
Slicer gonna stick around with the ace-4 of hearts. Captain not gonna fold his ace-4 offsuit.
Another ace-high board.
You really want to do it?
One-third bet here from Bones. Gonna get called by some diamonds.
We'll share one.
Maybe an inferior pair. Gonna get called by both players, and he's gonna be like, oh, well, okay. Maybe I can just get checked to again, please. King of clubs. Checky, checky. Bones gets his internal monologue with. Not really monologue as much as a please check, and now he gets to check. 900 in the middle, three ways still to the river. 9 of clubs. Doesn't do much here. Slicer now, first to act. Go for a small value.
25. Yeah, very, very, very small.
Yeah, this is the 1/13th pot size bet. We saw the 1/10th earlier. Now it's 1/13th. Something in that ballpark, anyway.
And I think, obviously, if Captain folds, I think Bones is going to pay him off the extra $75. Like, I think you have to.
I think he still has to.
Yeah. He doesn't feel happy about it, though.
Captain's trying to convince him that he should raise to 8,000 or somebody, I heard. But yeah, he's just got to put it, he's got to flick in the 3 green chips. And he's going to lose it to the 2 players with ace-4. And yeah, I mean, I like these tiny little bets, but I think the context for when they're useful is very nuanced. Like, I think this spot is fine to do it, absolutely.
Sure, yeah.
The time earlier where it was queens on the ace-high board, I also get it, and I don't know. It's just it's interesting to see how people
he did
implement
it on the flop and on the turn.
and on the turn. Yeah. I just think it's fascinating to see how different players will implement them if they're going to use it.
I think in this situation as kind of a blocker bet in terms of, you know, he's choosing the price for the hand.
It's 100% a blocker bet, but it's the choice of the size is what's really sort of telling.
Yeah, it was a teeny tiny blocker bet.
Which, like,
into a very large pot.
I absolutely love it in tournaments. I love it in tournaments. I will do it to people in tournaments that have never seen it before.
Yeah.
And I could just see their brains just explode inside of their skull because they just don't know what's happened to them. And then it's so telling, literally, like, of what they're holding, because, like, if they have something, they squint at it and they maintain their composure. If they don't, they just like, what the hell is that, right? And then they have to decide what they're going to do. And I don't know, it's just
Well,
it's
and
amazing.
it's one of those things that I think if you have a hand and you're trying to maximize the amount of money that your opponent's going to put in the pot, you are incentivized not to raise that. You know, you're incentivized to just call.
There's so many, whenever I think about tweeting something.
To some extent.
Wait, so the player that's just making the call of the tiny bet?
Right, so it's effective for you, you know, mitigating how much you lose in that hand, the person who's making the tiny bet, because if your opponent has a really strong hand, it doesn't want you to fold.
I mean, I've heard those.
They're not
Yeah.
gonna they're probably not raising you there.
Well, so okay, so what I've seen is really strong players, and I want to make sure that we don't get derailed because we have another hand popping up. So let's actually take a look at this really quick, and we'll come back to that. But it's really fun, and I think it's a fun thread to pull on. But under the gun open here from Big Eddie Chaz. Chase making a call from next to act. And look at the giant Malibu bottle to go with the tiny ones over there for...
It's a Malibu Forest over there.
Chaz. Oh my God.
Who are we talking about?
If the big one isn't empty by the end of the night, then something has gone terribly wrong. Ace high board here. Chase picking up second pair as well. So Chaz will check it over to him. And Chase looks to be betting as he gets his eyebrows pulled back by licensed massage therapist from
Good
Texas Royal
scalp
Touch.
massage, that's my favorite.
Oh yes, it is. That'll put me into the old eyes closed, not paying attention to what's happening at the table sort of situation for sure.
What an hour that would be.
Victoria, one of the best, of course.
Here's 2 pair for Chase now.
Chaz checks it over and has no spade and no reason to suspect that aces are not good here. So 2/3 pot size bet, 3/4 here from Chase on the turn, and Chaz will oblige. Off to a river we go.
Boats up.
Jack of spades. So Chaz at first was like, don't have a spade. This is great. My opponent could be bluffing. Now it's like, don't have a spade. Cool. Maybe you just made a flush. And Chaz is going to take his turn at a block bet? Or is he just sort of... No, he is. Block bet incoming. He's going to come in
That's a little,
for...
that's not really a block bet. 450 into 950.
It is, though. It is a block bet. It's just a different sizing. And that's the thing, is that you don't see those tiny sizings as block bets as much as you see something more middling like this. And we'll go back to the sizing and what that means here in a little bit. Chase, though, of course, with jacks full of 9s, is doing nothing other than raising. Now he's got to pick a size.
Yeah.
Am I running for office?
Everybody having such a good time, though, too. And Chase, through the massage and the good time, has to decide what's a good size, good number. Oh, Chad's done.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking smaller.
It's true. I love giving blowjobs. It's my favorite
I think
hobby.
maybe
Every morning I wake
maybe
up and I'm
Chaz
like,
thinks about it for a second and calls with his ace.
Yeah, but it was only 1,400. It wasn't even a
No,
big raise.
I know it wasn't a big raise, but
whatever number you have in your head, cut it in half.
Any smaller would have been like min clicky, and that's kind of even more suspicious. I don't know. Okay, so anyways, I don't want to belabor the point, but there's something just fun about the sort of the game theory of bet sizing, right? Like if
When is ladies' night?
I
yeah,
bet
it's
a certain...
the game theory of bet sizing is what makes no limit hold'em so interesting and so exciting to play, because limit hold'em is an entirely different game, and it's, you know, essentially solved, and it takes all the fun out of it because you can't analyze the bet sizing and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can't vary the strategy and put players in different scenarios. They're always in the same one.
Right.
Yeah. So when you bet like nothing, right? Like if you bet 1 blind into a pot that already has like 100 blinds in it, then your opponent can't fold, right? Like from a game theory standpoint, they should have like no hands that they can fold, because you've bet such a small amount. If they fold, they're being exploited. And so by using the really small sizes, you put your opponent's range that's in the like really weak to kind of has something range in a really awkward spot. Because if you bet a normal amount, they just fold it and feel fine about it. Just move on to the next hand. They'd be like, yeah, I had a pair of 3s on King, Jack, 10, 3, right? Like, and they just folded. But then you bet 1/10 the pot, and they're like, oh my God, I don't think I can fold 3s here. I have a pair. So those are the sorts of hands that you put into awkward spots. And then you can also try to pot control and do things against, like, take that same flop, King, Jack, 10, 3, but now they have Jack 9. And you bet 1/10 pot. And they're like, what the hell? Like, I would have called more than that.
Right.
But I guess I'm calling 1/10 pot. And so then you you can put hands that are further up in the range into a weird spot where they're calling
Less
in a
than
spot
they-
that they feel like, wait a minute, should I be raising? And then it's confusing for them as well. So no, it's really interesting to see how that works. And the best players will pick up on when other good players are doing this sort of like, oh, let me put you in this really weird spot.
Well,
And
and I
they'll
would
start
say,
raising.
so Chaz's sizing there on the river, would you think that his choice in sizing was essentially if he went smaller in his blocker bet and Chase raises him, let's say he puts out, 300 instead of 450, and Chase makes it 750, then Chaz is probably compelled to call, and he loses more there.
Potentially, yes. That's why you use a larger size on the block bet there, is definitely because if your opponent can raise, then they must have a stronger hand,
Right,
because they're going to
right.
call with all of the sort of middling strength
Yeah.
hands that have better showdown than you. And that, yeah, the bet sizing is such an important part of this game that is sort of the unsung hero of people that play this game well and how they approach it. All right, we've got another hand developing here. Raise to 150 and a bet. Pardon me, Bones to 150, Chase to 385. Bones with a couple of black nines. He is definitely going to call, play this one in position. Chase with 2 overs. He's queen offsuit and the betting lead. Heads up we go. Good flop here. Let's see. Chase will sometimes bet these flops when a lot of times you just kind of check and whatever, but he does check this one. Checky, checky. Meaningless card here on the turn. May as well not even have put a turn out there. Checky, checky again. And now I'd like to see Chase go for value, but we
No,
don't
check,
see
check.
it. We see a check, check.
Yeah, and he might just be in massage mode, honestly.
I mean, it's also understandable to check down second pair. You've got good showdown. The thing that I like about betting with the ace-queen there is that you have the best second pair, and your opponent hasn't bet on either of the preceding 2 suits. And even king-9 is going to bet the turn. Sure, it's going to happily check back the flop because it's top pair with no kicker. And then check 2 again, time to start betting for value. So even king-9, and if that's your opponent's worst king, is betting on the turn and they don't bet, then they're going to have weaker queens and under pairs, and you should attack them for value for something around half pot. I think that's just going to be where you make that little bit of extra cheddar. But anyways, we go checky, checky. Chase wins. Hope y'all are enjoying the evening. Hope that you guys are enjoying me and Carolyn having a good time here in the booth, chatting it up, having some back and forth on the hands, and would, of course, love to hear any of your guys' feedback as to how things are going, what you think about the live stream.
You want us to just shut up? And
don't ask them to give us too much feedback.
do we?
If
did
you
we
want
miss
us
a
to shut
gamble?
up,
I feel like we
just
missed a
stay
gamble.
quiet.
Next to me starts beating you a lot.
We did, yeah, we're a little behind. We can do a gamble. All right, but let's take a look here. Bones, top pair, boots, bottom pair, backdoor hearts as well. 3 clubs, though, on the turn. Checky, checky. And fills up with a 6 of clubs here on the end. Bones going to go for a little bit of thin value. And boots says,
Threw the cards right off the table.
I don't want to look, so I look
okay,
away, but
it is time for the gambling. And you won the last one again, so please.
All right.
Can you go first?
I'll go first this time.
Perfect.
just do this.
I'm on back-to-back single-digit rolls.
I'm gonna
don't
hit
it.
like 96 this time.
No, you're gonna get 9.
No, because there was nobody who gambled before me. That's why I agreed to it. Oh, 11. No, just kidding.
Okay, I can beat that, please. Please.
Oh, let's see another 4.
Please. Yes!
Oh, just
14. Thank you for going
that was
first.
close.
Appreciate you.
Hi, Gary.
No, it's in LA. It wasn't
What a game.
He's
What a
on
life.
Yep. Should we just think about the fact that this is your life? This is what you do.
It's fantastic.
It is. Isn't it?
It really is.
I agree.
Just block betting the universe just every day.
Yep.
That would be a fun find.
Make that a requirement, you know. All right, you can't play.
It's going to be my new tagline. But,
Back to even
made
on
me
the,
giggle.
on the day.
yeah? No, wait. Back up to even. No. Now you're stuck 20.
No. I'm even. I'm square.
No, that was the first 20
You already
gave me.
gave me 20.
Oh, you're right. Damn
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I'm
I'm
way
even.
behind here. All right. Even we are. Boots here going to flop top and bottom pair. Slicer with under pair to the board and a gutter.
Anderson in the chat says he's going to be back next week.
What, Andy? Let's
What's
go.
up, Anderson? We miss you.
Deuces are out of the way. Captain, though, is in here with 2 overs and the heart flush draw.
I saw him at the pond.
Boots giving him the check raise business.
52.
With the top and bottom pair. Captain not going anywhere and binks it.
No, the sale is like
Right there on the turn. Also going to counterfeit Boots' pair of 3s as he's now working with 6s, 5s, and a 3 kicker.
busy, just like
Yeah.
Bet, and Boots is like, damn it, I really like my hand. And yeah, nah, you're good. You win. Quick fold there. Boots knew exactly where he was when his opponent fired out there. But yeah. Captain getting a little bit of retribution
Yeah, a
from the
little
poker
rebate
gods there. A little
here.
rebate to get bailed out on that one and drag a nice pot.
I thought about it that night. We missed it. Victoria, I ended up staying in town. I was like, oh, that's what it was. It was bothering me. I was like, there was something.
Yeah, I haven't seen my boy Anderson in way too long, man. It has been too long. So really looking forward to seeing you, my brother. Let me know. Yeah, reach out to me, man. Let me know when you're going to be here.
17th.
Oh, where did
We
you
have the
say? Oh,
stream
there we
on
go.
17th.
Cool, cool. Excellent. That's perfect, man. That's a Thursday. I'm gonna try to get in there, man. I wanna play with my boy.
I haven't been to see him yet, but he told me a punchline one night.
Oh, maybe I'll have to play.
Dude, yes. Let's go.
I feel like there's a reason why I don't play Thursdays, but I can't think of what I did.
The mirror one?
Yeah, the mirror one.
I can't think of what it
I
is
can't think
either.
of it either.
I think we were like waving.
We have Pierre in here with a premium hand on the button up against
That's something you learn
3
when you start
very
doing stand-up comedy. It's
sort
like
of
people are like, "Oh, tell me a joke, do a
interesting
joke,"
connected
and write
hands,
fun
but
of us. I'm
not very
like,
special
no, it
ones.
won't go as well as
Yeah,
holds.
a couple. Slicer flops top pair. Chase has bottom pair. Queen's still good.
Slicer on second pair, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah. So he's actually able to just let this go, and Pierre's
Hey, I
going to
give
win.
you $100.
Continuation bet. Yeah, certainly if there was a top pair
Sorry.
involved, it would have gone to a turn, but yeah. V-Pips there, Captain, playing 66% of hands.
Like,
Yeah,
you can buy a
that's
percentage of me,
that's a lot of
but I
hands.
may lose.
You know, the more hands you play, the more hands you win. I heard somebody said that.
I think that's how it works.
It is true. The
yeah.
more hands you play, the more hands you win. I can attest to that. Also, though, the more hands you lose. So just be wary.
Yeah, you got to take some, you got to give some. Bones here.
Captain, I think, also the only player at the table seen limping,
Sure.
which
That's gonna
is,
get the
is
V-pip
gonna
up,
is
yeah.
gonna bump up the V-pip, so that changes it a little bit.
So this one's a little bit interesting. So we are playing 8-handed, and Bones folds King Jack off under the gun. I am a huge proponent of folding Queen Jack off under the gun and King 10 off under the gun. King Jack off is right on the borderline, and Bones leans towards fold there, which against this lineup I think is understandable, but it's curious.
Yeah. Especially 8-handed with the straddle.
Yeah, I think 9-handed it makes perfect sense to just ditch it.
Yeah.
I think 8-handed, but with this lineup, I mean, yeah, you're gonna get 3-bet a lot, and King Jack off out of position sucks. I get it. So totally fine with the fold. I'm not trying to be judgmental or anything. I just think it's interesting because particularly when you see players that will open Queen Jack off, right? Like
Under the gun, yeah.
under the gun, like that I think is telling about the type of player. And then players that will fold King Jack off under the gun is sort of telling.
This is why I
about what kind of
just
player
try
they are.
my
It's just
best to
interesting.
never be under the gun.
Oh, you're under the gun. You just walk away from the table. Like,
No,
oh,
I
I
just
just don't even
straddle.
have to see the hand.
I just straddle, re-straddle, re-straddle until I run out of chips.
Ah, perfect.
That way, I am never forced to play anything under the gun. That's my
Brilliant.
theory.
Brilliant strategy here from Carolyn. Big Daddy Chaz flops the club flush draw, turns a gutty as well. Captain has nothing now. Pierre has third pair.
Zach walked away from the table. No, no.
I was trying to come up with something that helped you avoid playing from under the gun.
You know
got so many squares.
A large wager here from Big Daddy Chaz,
No,
and that will win him the pot.
Hey, I need to send y'all an email. Y'all need to give me your email. There's a guy who does
Right. Boots.
Survivor League that I told you
Coming
about.
up in the
He's
bottom of the
got
chip
a
count list.
389K this
Pierre is
year, and
sitting
then
on
he does
top,
Squares, and,
ranging from
a
right around
couple
15K down to
$100 squares.
3.4.
$10,000 a
So
quarter. I'll give him a bet on the game.
plenty of
I think I'm just gonna watch the
different
squares.
stack sizes, although I guess the smallest stack still has 340 big blinds.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, the straddle's on, so that's not really.
Yeah, I'll send it.
Yeah, 25 is definitely the blind
Yeah.
that you have to compare the stacks against.
It's like how long the national anthem takes.
But what was what captain's on the smallest
No,
stack?
no,
or-
no, Boots.
Boots is on how much?
3.4.
3.4. So yeah, he's on 150 bigs.
There's always an insider that tells you there's on the run. It's like every year. You get it.
Chase here didn't realize it was on him. Now that he does, he folds.
In like 4 days. somebody
Pierre
goes, "Oh,
says,
oh,
King Jack off under the gun. I don't know, but King Deuce suited under the gun +1,
You're not.
definitely worthy of a raise.
If Fergie's there, I'm like, ah, fuck it.
I've gotten taken for a ride on.
Heads up.
I like the suited King.
I mean, I also
Like,
think it
we
depends
know
on
what color that they
the dynamics of the table, just because,
I don't think I've
You
ever
bet on
won
whether or
one.
not it's gonna be.
like just understanding who
Well, then I
is
can show up in the
you know, sitting
game
on
and
your
I
left
let him
too.
know.
What kind of what's gonna play out after just folding
I'll
King
go
Jack
full aerial
under the gun.
depending on how many.
Yeah, no, and I'm
choosing
I'm
to
obviously
different.
just messing around there. And Pierre isn't Bones, so it's totally
those
different
girls-
people anyways.
those girls
But
last year,
King
you
high.
know that.
yeah, King High is good if he calls.
I want to say maybe the World Series.
Literally, all he needs is the king, right? Because the ace and the jack are out there with a pair of threes on board. So it's like either King High is good, like his opponent just has absolutely nothing. But it's kind of a punt to call with King High here.
And like,
Even
they
for
get become like
$50.
super fucking famous.
Yeah, Pierre reluctantly folds it, knowing that his King High is maybe best.
Yeah. How many times a day do you think you're in that spot where you're just like, man, I really think King High is good here, but like, ugh,
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think I can call.
Well, so okay, so I want to bring us full circle because I was trying to say this before and I don't get to, which is that the best players when facing these really small bets,
They make millions.
and they know that their opponent is doing it in order to sort of manipulate them with these really small bets and putting the different parts of the range into the really weird spots like I was talking about, is that they'll start re-raising really small. It's like, you're going to 1/10 pot bet me, I'm going to re-raise you, I'm going to raise you,
But I'm gonna make
but
it
like
Fucking shot, Big
a
Daddy.
little bit
2.2.
more. Exactly, like 2.2 your bet. So I'm going to put you right back into the same spot that you're trying to put
I
me
love
into.
that move.
Yes,
I
and
think
then
that's
you watch them just level each other. Sometimes it'll go to a third bet, but usually by the time either the third or the fourth one comes in, and this was way more common back in the sort of the mid 2000s, early to mid 2000s, where it would be like min click, min click, min click, min click, right? Like at some
where
point
they
somebody's like,
essentially are
no,
just like
full pot.
playing limit poker.
But I love how it sort of poker ebbs and flows, and people find new ways to take the current paradigm of poker and then force their opponents to play in a different part of it. So it used to be that was very standard, was like,
I don't remember
I bet 1/4 pot,
My wife wants to
and then
5 and 3. I'm like,
my opponent raises like a min click, and then I min click back, and then min click back. You saw this. I mean, there would be like 7 bets going in sometimes. It was just absolutely
Oh,
absurd.
that's madness.
Yeah, that was like right before like GTO, whatever, really started to come onto the scene. And now here we are where we've got like overbets and different things going on. And you watch a player like Michael Adamo
For the lines.
come in and play completely outside of the lines. Like the dude is just doing different shit. He'll be putting in 5x overbets. And solvers aren't telling you to do that stuff. They're telling you that every once in a while you're going to do a 1.5 or 2x overbet, maybe even a
I
2.5,
love that.
stuff
I think
like
it's
that.
just, I think anytime you're relying on a system, whatever system that might be, to kind of
They say if you want to beat the best, you got to beat the best.
encourage a specific type of play, whatever that might be, or limit what play is
You take it already?
considered
Salud, salud, salud.
optimal, obviously is the key word there,
Yeah.
then I feel like you're setting yourself up to be exploited. So to just go way outside that it's great. I think it's good for the game.
Slicer is just going to have to fold the ace high here. He just doesn't have much to go with, and Boots did just have the best pair with flop top pair of tens. So exploited is maybe, I mean, so it's certainly possible that that's what's going on. I think it's more about making people uncomfortable with a
Sure, I guess,
regime that
that's
they
what
don't
it was.
understand, and that can lead to exploitation, right? So if you play perfectly GTO, then you are quote unquote like not able to be exploited, right? And yet, the interesting thing about it is that you have to know how to play in all situations in order to play theoretically optimal. So what I think Michael Adamo and some other players are doing, right, by either doing a lot of massive overbetting or these really tiny bets, is that you're trying to put your opponent into a part of the game tree that they haven't studied. They know 1/3, 1/4, half pot, full pot, 1.5 pot. Like, they know these sizes. They know the different scenarios. Oh, we're on this board with this turn texture, blah, blah, blah. I know how to respond to the different bet sizes. But then you go and you're like, what are you going to do when I bet 1/10 pot? What are you going to do when I bet 3x pot? You haven't studied that. You don't know what to do there. So you might be theoretically sound everywhere in between. You just don't know what to do in this spot. And if you don't know what to do here, you might fuck up. And if you fuck up, then I win. Even if I lose the specific hand, but like I play it out a bunch of times and you don't know what you're doing, I'm going to win eventually. That's the kind of thing that I think some of these players are doing, and I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just adds another layer to that someone will eventually try and solve, you know, as far as, you know, there'll be a solver for, the solver will also integrate 5x and...
Well, I mean, the solvers will do that now. You just have to plug it in and then let the thing chug through and tell you what you should do.
But and the more
people just
common
aren't
it
studying.
becomes, the more people will know it and be able to respond in those situations. But because there are so many different variables at play in this game, it allows for just constant evolution of the game.
Yeah.
You can always find another way to make it challenging for your opponent.
Yep.
And that really sets aside the people who are studied versus the people who are just, you know,
And also,
prodigies.
yes, no, and also, yeah, the feel of the game, because so much of the really small bet, the really big, giant overbet stuff, it's a feel thing that you're working off of, not just a pure sort of game optimal, game theory optimal sort of approach, right? Because you're already out of those bounds. Anyways, we've got a dealer change, and we've got ourselves a PLO bomb pot. $25 ahead.
It was on ESPN, the whole thing.
High board, couple of spades, getting the hands scanned in here.
Here, not going to stick around with the nut blocker for the spades. Oh, we got a bet and a raise out here. So Boots bet 150 with the open ender and pocket eights. Slicer raising with the mystery hand and gonna just take it down. So
We have the Queen of Felt joining us here
Queen
in
of
the chat, and
Felt.
she wants to know who's commentating. It's Carolyn.
Hi. Hi, Juliet. Haven't seen you in a long time.
It has been far too long. in fact.
Yeah. Come back and visit us.
Hillbilly is claiming that you're his cousin.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, we're all somebody's cousin.
Yeah, sure. I don't have a cousin whose first name is Hill, last name Billy, but I don't know.
I mean, it's sort of like, well, it's a little different for you. I was going to say it's sort of like how you could have a child out there that you don't know about, but really for you, I guess it's a little different.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would know. Yeah. Although I was reading an article the other day about a woman who had donated her eggs.
Oh,
and
so she
then
did have a child
found
out there. She didn't know about.
children that she was unaware she had, which I thought was very interesting. Chaz flops the goods.
And Caitlin here going to be in the basement as she has an overpair here. This is a little bit of a weird connecty board, but more for a blind type hand. She's the one in the blind, and Chaz is the one in the cutoff.
Yeah, I want to see that pre-flop
was
chart on the side.
Yeah, and Captain is in here too because he's got a 4 of
Yeah.
his own and 3 ways to a turn. Caitlin here is now actually going to probably get bailed out of this
Yeah,
hand.
I think so.
It was already a little bit weird, and any diamond peels off, she's going to be worried. She doesn't have a diamond. Not that that matters in a 3-way hand anyways. But this is a one-liner to a straight. She's got an overpair, but it's very vulnerable. And when Chaz continues betting, she may feel obliged to pay off one more street, but when he bets the river, I think it's going to be kind of a tough spot. Yeah, she is going to make the call here on the turn. I think this is actually just fine. Like, folding now does feel a little bad. Queen of hearts in the end, you're not worried about the queen.
Oh, she's going to bet it instead. Don't love that.
Yeah, because this is... That's not really a block size. So if she'd gone for the small blocky bet, it would have been sort of
The theme
understandable.
of the night, the block bets.
The 600, she did set her own price, but it was a price that was a little bit expensive. And Chad's happy to just call and win.
Yeah, because the flop, 5-6 on the flop means 7-8 was continuing also. So when the 4 comes in, his flopped straight is obviously far less valuable.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't benefit from raising there because all worse hands are just going to be like, oh, I can't withstand a raise. And yeah, if he's up against 7-8, then it's just an awful, awful thing to reopen the action, which is why a smaller bet would have also been effective.
Right.
Right,
It's
because-
just she could set the price. So I think she did not anticipate seeing a 7 there from Chaz. So that's,
Well,
What?
I think that much is clear. Although also a little bit difficult to think of hands that are worse than jacks that are going to call for 600. So
8s, 9s,
it's
10s, I guess.
maybe. I don't
Especially
know.
when the
I mean,
queen peels out
it's
on
tricky.
the river, but
It's tricky.
Missed flush draws, I guess.
Yeah, these
Oh,
cards
those are just folding.
Yeah, I think so.
the 7, 4, and the 8 look similar.
Maybe that was
King 4 for real.
Yeah, but then it's kind of out of the bounds
So,
because
kinda hard
you
to
don't
do, but
want
I
your
like
opponent
that.
to fold
I like
on this
the-
flush draw. You want them to bet, right? So I don't know. I think it's sort of a little bit of a borderline between a really small block bet, as we've been talking about, or just a check and let your opponent bluff and plan to call any reasonable size bet. And if Chaz does go for a bigger bet with the 7 there, which I think would be a little bit weird, he would probably go for half pot or less, then I think she'd just have to pay it off. And so maybe it would have been a little bit more than 600, right? She checks it over, he bets 750. So she might have saved 150 in that respect.
But I think if
knows?
she bets 400, I think the same thing works out, and she can.
Bets 400, he just calls.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very likely, but you never know. Slicer here puts in 3 bets, get called in 2 spots, and another middling connected board. This time a little bit less connected, but still.
Yeah, Chaz has a gutter, and I mean, oh, Boots turning the flush draw.
Little something for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I gotta remember that.
Yeah, Slicer here out of the blind. I hate this. This is such a weird spot when you get your best hands consistently from like the small and big blind. You're like, damn it, I'm always playing out of position. But sometimes that's the way it goes. He's going to bet large here, just about 3/4. And Boots going to look him up with the turned equity.
3 on the river.
And just going to pair the 3 and Slicer now. Let's see if he goes for 1/10, 1/13. 2.8K in the middle. 150. Bet 150.
He's thinking hard about what to do.
What do they have?
No, he even looked at. He glanced at the camera. He knows what I'm
No,
up to.
I'm
Oh,
just-
it's a ship.
This is the opposite. Although Boots was 2.3 behind, so
Yeah, that makes more sense considering Boots' stack size. This is one of those scenarios where we've talked about this many times before, which is if you would ever check and your opponent would go all in and you would call because you're not folding, then why would you give them a chance to check back an
Right.
inferior hand by
Right.
just checking to them? So just go all in, and if they have something, they're going to call and just either win or lose.
yeah,
but-
you're willing to risk your whole stack, be the aggressor, and maybe get a better hand to fold. You know. If
Well, you're probably not going to get a better hand to fold when you have kings, right?
In this
it's 2 pair.
scenario, for sure. You're not gonna. You're probably not gonna.
But it's more about getting the hand that was just weaker than yours that would have called the all-in, but it's just like snap checks back because they just want to get to showdown. That's the hand that you don't want to just get a free pass. You want to charge that one.
Sure, but I mean, I think it's a two-way street though. In terms of if your opponent is trying to put you in a spot and is going to bluff you, and you're saying I'm calling any of your bets, then I think.
I disagree with that because if your opponent's going to bluff, then you want them to bluff. But the point of going all in now is not to induce a bluff because you're all in and they would fold a bluff, right? So it's not to focus on the bluffing hands.
Okay.
If you think they're overbalanced towards bluffs, then you want to check.
Sure.
And let them blast it off.
Ah, he's going to
Boots is
make
gonna
the
call
hero
here.
call, and he's very wrong.
And Boots and Caitlin, I think Boots probably was like, this is what I'm working with. I got a pair of threes. I'm about to make this freaking call. And they had a good hearty laugh about it.
Yeah, he's in a good mood.
But yeah, just to finalize that, it's
that makes sense now that the way you.
Yeah. It's more if Boots had a better pair than a 3, right? If he's going to call off with a 3, but would have snap checked the 3. Yeah, you would hate it if you checked it.
And obviously, I think he is going to snap check the 3.
Yeah, of course he should. No, of course he should.
We've been wrong today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Turning bottom pair into a bluff is much more likely than turning second pair into a bluff or top pair into a bluff. Those hands, if he's going to call with a 3, he would have called with those. So then you absolutely would have wanted to shove the kings because he's going to call you with the top pair 8s or whatever it was, right?
No, it was a queen on the board.
Wasn't that
Queen on the board.
later in the hand? Maybe not.
That should give me
On the flop.
How much you buying?
Sorry. In any case, there were other pairs besides the 3 that would have called, but not done anything other than check had they been just 2. So that's the hands that you're attacking with the all. And you also got the king 3 to pay it as well. Pretty good stuff. All right, taking a look here in the chat, we got some new comers. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a great night. If you are not subscribed to the channel, please do consider it. Hit that little subscribe button, the notification bell. That'll allow you to know every time we go live, which is 4 or 5 nights a week. Here out of TCH Austin, we are bringing you all of the TCHLive action on both Mondays and Thursdays. So hopefully you guys will come back and hang out with us again in the future. Boots here is going to finish with the best hand, kings and
Kings and jacks.
Kings and jacks.
Paired board.
Yeah, there were so many red cards and stuff. It was hard to look
Queen
at.
10, so they had 2 pair, but then the board paired the jack and
That's what it was.
counterfeit their 2 pair.
Let's see here. We're probably.
Well, I guess they rivered the queen, so that was irrelevant anyways.
Probably a long ways away from a gamble, aren't we? Yeah, there's been a lot of chats here recently, so I can't scroll all the way back up. But I think it was even after the hour. Was it after?
Yeah,
8
I think it was somewhere in the 8 o'clock hour. So we're probably looking at 8:35ish. I think we missed one.
No, we were just a little late, is what it was.
Yeah, but we won't be able to make it up. Is what I'm getting at.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that's almost certainly true. All right. Boots 3-betting to 100 over an open to 50. Maybe an inadvertent min-click raise, or maybe just perfectly like, hey, what are you going to do about this?
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe Pierre was trying to put out the straddle and didn't get it out in time.
Yeah.
And then it was just forced to be a min raise, and then Chase would have double straddled if he had been there, but he wasn't. So what we did was we
put in some blind raises.
Yeah, so they were put in as blind races. They were dead. Captain flops 2 pair. Pierre has the diamond draw. Turn is a blank. And river is also a blank. So Jack 3 is way good.
Pierre here has a blocker to Broadway, but having the diamonds is terrible.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's just going to shut it down.
Seems
Sounds like an Irish goodbye
like
for
a
me.
reasonable decision.
That was the night Gordon threw
All right, we had some changes in the chip counts here. Boots gave all his chips away and then bought some more. So he has moved up in the ranks. Not the fun way to move up.
Yeah.
Moved up the other way.
That is my least favorite way to move up in the ranks. By reaching into my backpack and
Yeah,
pulling out
for
more money.
sure. I'm still just really pleased that I chose not to.
This is a fun game for
I
sure.
think they're having fun for sure, and I think I would have a blast, but it would be a very expensive night. Of like having fun, drinking with people who I enjoy hanging out with. Like it would be a good time, but it would be the most expensive night of drinking and having fun and playing a game that you could ever imagine, I think.
Could be. Chase Donk leads here with threes just to sort of be like, I don't know, let's see if I can get this one through. But Caitlin had flopped top and bottom pair, so she raised, and everybody else got out of the way.
Makes sense.
I have a buddy who is getting called buddy too. On the golf course, it's buddy all day.
I have a buddy who hates it when you call her a cunt.
So next week, you are going to take the week off.
Yeah, because we up in Colorado.
So I'm going to run the show
Perfect.
by myself. So if you want to come listen to me do whatever it is that I do, you should tune in next Monday.
We could also find you a co-caster, somebody else to come hang out here in
Yeah,
the
I mean,
closet
I'll
with
take
you.
a co-host.
Yeah. Do you want to try to dig somebody up? Do you want me to reach out or what? I don't know. We can figure that out.
We'll figure it out
offline,
later.
but,
I'm
yeah.
just letting everybody know that I'm going to be here next week.
Heck yeah. We went 3 ways to this flop: Chase, Boots, and Captain.
Captain raising here. Queen 3 of spades, 1 spade on the flop.
An ambitious raise, I would say, but if you're gonna play a hand like Queen 3 suited,
Sure. Why not play it like
you
this,
don't
I
have a
guess?
lot of ways to win with it, except to just kind of bluff with it on, especially on these sort of Broadway type boards where it's like the queen could be relevant. Why not just turn it into a bluff?
Yeah.
Does so, gets it through. Fantastic stuff here from the captain. Caitlin, Boots, and Captain all sitting on 5K or thereabouts. Everybody else chunking on up towards the 10K or above mark.
Andrew Harvey, I was told playing poker is a good way to meet the ladies. Whoever told you that is a liar. It's a terrible way to meet women.
Well, it might be a great way to meet the lady. There's
Sure.
probably one, and by one I mean there's Caitlin.
But if you would like a choice of prospective women, this is not the right place. You're lucky if there's one. I mean, 2 is like jackpot, and they might not be available. So probably not the best place. Try and mix it up with some local singles.
That's probably true. Ooh, another middling connected board. What do you
Yeah,
know?
well, we got some players playing some middling connected hands, so
And a Boots, and we don't know what he's got, but it is worthy of a continue on
yeah,
the
as
flop.
is everyone's hand, I think.
Yeah, Slicer and Captain here with known hands.
Yeah.
No, I know. Man. I don't want to walk away.
Okay. Bert letting us know how things roll around here. Okay, so Boots still in here. He's gonna try to get the card scanned. The cat scanned. They're not quite scanning. Does
Yeah, I
that
don't know
600?
if that's user error or he's not really giving them ample time.
Captain is calling with the sevens and the gutty. Another overcard to his pair. Queen of hearts here now.
Yeah, he is a effective, what?
I was at a comedy
As
club
an
one time,
effective
he pointed
bottom
at me
pair,
and he
essentially.
said,
Yeah, fifth pair, not
and
great
he
here.
made a bunch of jokes about it.
But
and I
Boots
said,
checks,
"Thanks,
Captain
boss."
checks behind, and Boots would need to. Oh, Boots says, I got it. He had a 10-6, so got there on the end. Captain was actually ahead with the sevens, calling correctly.
Jesus.
In a pretty weird spot there, though. Like, let's be honest, right? Like, calling with sevens on 8-3-9 jack is pretty speculative. Was ahead. Boots got there. Wins the pot.
Did the button move?
They didn't ask him to say it. He just
Yeah, he goes, yeah, that was right. 300 pre-flop, 10-6 off. Dude.
Back on the meeting ladies at the poker table, though.
Flop nothing.
I would love if this was a better place to meet.
River the Nuts check.
Whatever we can do to get more women in the game, I think is, not for me personally, I'm just saying, God, everybody on the other side who has no context on this conversation is now. I do. I want more women playing poker. I think
Hell yeah,
that's
we all
a
do.
reasonable thing to want. I wish for the single men out there looking to meet ladies that there was more women at the table playing.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if that was the thing to do? You're like, yeah, we could go to the club, but we could also go to the card room. I mean,
as
and then
far as I'm
everyone
concerned,
was like,
that,
you're right. Let's go to the
that
card room.
sounds way more fun to me.
Yeah.
To come here and like play a game and maybe win some money and like hang out, and have a good time, and not be like
Just dudes.
drunken, loud people. You know,
Having
coming up
fun,
and being
though.
inappropriate. Yeah, sure.
Anyways, Mr. Will Lottie, of course, also letting us know here in the chat. This is where you plug Ladies Night, which I will do shamelessly. Ladies Night on Fridays here at Texas Card House in Austin. Come on down if you are a lady. Got a couple of extras.
Or if you're looking to meet the ladies,
yeah,
get in here.
That's right.
There might be more of them on Fridays.
That's right. 50,
There are actually
Yeah,
quite a few women who come in on Fridays.
because it's a sweet
nice
deal.
To see. Yeah.
50% off your hourly rate if
Bargain,
you are a
man.
lady.
$6 an hour.
Pretty good stuff. $50 straddle.
Boots makes it 200. Yeah, this is why I think it's user error, because it seems like Boots cards are just not ever scanned in.
Could be.
Keep it down, all right, buddy.
Boots bets, Boots
Says you're not
wins. Ace, Queen, 4. Couple of hearts out there. Fires away and takes it down. Dun, dun, dun. Mike Crowley wants to know, is that a bottle of rum on the table? It is at least
mean,
one bottle of rum on the table. I think
It's
I
Malibu.
see
Is it
4
really rum?
bottles of rum. I mean, it is.
Sure.
Yes.
Sort of.
But I haven't, consumed Malibu by itself in quite some time. I mean, maybe tonight's the night. Maybe I just have a Malibu after the stream. You
I
never
mean,
know.
I think I may have had some in recent history.
Recently.
I looked earlier, it was like already 7.
But
I can't play tomorrow. But
I called this morning and was like, I'm not.
Chase here is going to try to find his way to a flop with 10-6 of clurbs.
Can we get you on this?
So far, the limp is doing just fine, as nobody else is going to raise.
Trying to get high.
Limp pot here.
tomorrow.
Slicer still best with king high.
What do you use, sir?
Checky, 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 and still no pairs. No substantial draws. Slicer has the best hand and a gutty. He's going to bet $50 and just
sure.
win, I suspect. Chase would have to be pretty ambitious to do anything else.
I
than fold.
mean, stranger things have happened.
One round of 50. One round.
Instead of the 25 or on the video.
No, I don't do it. Cuatro blinds.
Oh god. Y'all just be making me laugh up here in the booth. 176 likes on the counter, almost 500 of you fine folks hanging out with
Yeah,
us
let's
tonight.
get to like 250 at least.
Yeah, we'll start.
Bump that number up.
Yeah, let's get to 200 by
9?
8:45.
Oh, okay. You're giving them less time.
Oh yeah, because the people that haven't hit the like button that can hit the like button right
If we're
now,
not there
I can do it
by
right
8:45, then Bert,
It's getting better
floor
every day.
manager Bert,
We
has
do
offered
work
to log
like,
into multiple
we'll
accounts
do like
and
a
get
mini
us in.
sentence with
So
every
that's
day.
very
perfect.
kind.
All right,
Oh, with the Colombian.
Yeah, let's go.
call in the brigade. All right, Pierre and Boots here.
We haven't even put anything on the line.
Oh,
for
Boots
these
got his
legs.
card scanned in. Queen 6 of hearts. Raised to 150. Boots makes the call from the cutoff. We went to a flop, and now we have a check and a bet. Jack high board. Pierre with second pair. Going to go for the check call.
Ace of hearts. Boots turns the heart draw.
Yeah, gutty to Broadway and heart flush draw.
Well, I mean, I'm just from Chicago. I'm a Bulls fan, I would say. So.
Okay.
Pierre here. Pair of tens. And a gut shot to Broadway. Both players with
If
something.
you want to throw something on over there, by all means.
Pierre here rapidly
Okay. 'Cause I can see this.
into bluff catch zone. And a kind of awkward spot as well. Doesn't have a spade, doesn't have a heart. But man, if you buckle down now, then you've got to be ready to strap that seatbelt in super tight, cinch it in, and be ready to call some funky rivers. Decides against it.
Really making moves.
That's ground.
He may not be that
dropped
ground,
the lawsuit right there.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Don't want that.
Um,
Yeah, so
I actually think it'd be alright.
He's like an analytic. Dude.
the solver will tell you that hands like that are probably worthy of another street. I could be wrong, but for the sizing, I would guess that that's what the solver would tell you. And the reason for that is that you unblock, right? And that's an important thing, is the unblocking of your opponent's bluffing hands. And he didn't have a spade, didn't have a heart there. That's actually a pretty big deal. And while third pair is kind of not very good, the bluff catching sort of qualities of that hand were what was important. So could have peeled one off, but again, facing a river bet would have been really tough.
And then White Sox.
So
Big White
way
Sox.
to
White Sox are
off
my
to
favorite.
the next hand we go. Big Daddy Chaz flops top pair. We have Pierre and Boots in here as well. Neither player with a scanned hand. Going to play this one blind. Big Daddy Chaz at the top pair. Gonna check it over. Pierre will bet. 515 in the middle. He's going to make this.
Looks 50. 175.
Not check.
Yeah. Anyways,
Bet 175.
he was my coach.
Small wager.
And, played with his son, but he
Boots with a couple of trays. He's out of the way. Chaz, of course, not going anywhere.
No shit. Really?
Will make the call.
Yeah.
Wait, he won the World Series as a third base coach?
The club here on the turn improves Chaz to the nut flush draw.
That's insane.
Hell yeah.
Check it over once again. And Pierre, if he has a naked gut shot, I suspect he'd continue bluffing. If he has
What about
the
us?
pair plus, he'll continue betting.
That's his. That was like on the back of his jersey was shine. Yep.
Top pair good kicker would continue betting. Ace
We have
queen
no
for
idea what he
that.
has, right?
No. Bet a 550 here, so this
Dude
is
is scary on the
2/3 pot.
Oh, yeah.
This is definitely, this could be ace queen.
Used to hit ground balls. I played backup first baseman as a freshman when his son was a
Start to
senior.
run out of good hands for Pierre to have, though.
And he would just pound the fucking ball.
And if your high school field was anything like ours, it wasn't. flat.
And Chaz going to make aces and deuces here on the
No
end.
idea. You just say.
Checks it over once again. His hand is still a bluff catcher, as when Pierre is the pre-flop raiser, bets flop, bets turn. His hand is never folding, but can't really start leading for value. Go to Pierre now. Now is a spot where ace queen actually thinks about
He got shit. What was the magazine? Coolest name in baseball.
You know, one of
One
these.
year.
We could split.
Shit off. Look
Yeah.
it up.
sorry, got a little distracted there. Where ace queen just thinks about checking back because it's hard to target hands
Dude knows
that make a lot of sense. But Pierre is going to bet here, and this makes me think that he either has top of range or a bluff. And queen 9 suited is sort of the only bluff that I can really come up with here.
Base coach is important.
Jack 9 suited, maybe. Queen 9, Jack 9 suited. I think Chaz is just handcuffed here. I think you just have to call.
Give signs to the first base runner a lot of the time too.
He is going to think this one through. 1.7 into 1.9. It's almost full pot, but I mean, even an overbet, I think you have to call with aces and deuces. You're just not going to have many better hands that have called down. I mean, like King 10 or something would have already raised. Ace 10 is like maybe the only other hand that you'd ever have here.
If you run second to third, you have your
I'm not even sure you do it this without ace 10 of clubs. He's going to fold?
Oh, now I really want to know your hat.
I don't know about that one. But the flip side of that is that it's Queen 9 and Jack 9 are the only bluffs.
Like, yeah.
Nice.
You've been in a slump, you gotta walk, like that's huge. You gotta,
And they're always suited.
I know that's about boys.
So how many combos of that are there? There's 8 combos of
There's
that.
not many bluffs there.
You found one?
8 combos of that, and then you got to think about all the sets.
Huh?
2 pairs that are better than yours. It's got to be ace king, ace 10.
Find out.
Full pop.
Poker for a minute.
You don't think
bluffs,
there's like a suited
one
wheel
value.
ace or something that's...
No, because
check.
you're just not
You're
bluffing
not.
that hand.
I said Queen Jack was
I
the
mean,
next
well, I
no
mean, okay,
flush.
you could actually.
fold
You
here.
try to get your opponent to fold ace, queen,
You're a
ace,
good
jack.
player.
But, yeah. I don't think you bet the turn with a wheel ace, so that doesn't really fit in either. It was either queen jack, sorry, queen 9, jack 9,
It's called
or just a made hand. Chad settled on made hand and bailed out after improving.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if you
I think I'm paying that one off.
I
in his book.
would say that I also am
In his
probably
book,
paying
it says
off.
there's a chapter that says that sometimes it's better to fold your big blind when they're
Yeah,
Chase?
I hate
So you
it.
don't get
I
in
hate
trouble.
every second of it, but I'm probably doing it.
Yeah. Chase here has bet, flop, bet, turn, and then shuts it down here on the end. Captain, happy to take showdown with a pair of aces
Chase
and
really
fill with the
likes
pot.
it with 7 high, but
0-0.
it's not meant to be.
Action band.
Action there.
Yeah, he wore like the Boston Celtics
Yeah,
flag
yeah,
bills.
Let's see, is it time for a wager? What do you think?
Yeah.
Should we give it a try?
Maybe? I
Twice?
think so.
I won the last one.
Yeah, you get to choose whatever.
I
Yeah, when they're like
want
500.
How many minutes you win?
to set the tone.
0. I cashed once as I
Wow, what a brand. I'm like over 9 on that. Ridiculous.
Good luck.
Thank you. Let's give it a try.
This is a whole new game because we're even now.
Well, you got to beat a 71. Good luck.
I take your good luck back. Good luck, me.
Good luck, me.
Just have my $20 ready.
We got Jeremy here in the box. Happy to have Jeremy back.
I don't know if I'm lost. I assume
You have. Not by much. You won your loyalty points.
it doesn't really matter.
Chase here, ace king of diamond.
might be worse than Harrington.
Not going to call the raise to 150 from Bones. He is going to put in 3 bets.
But now she's like a
Pierre with a hand that he would have loved to see a flop with, but facing this action in front is just going to have to let it go.
What about the flat call?
Back over to Bones, makes the call. Going to play this one in position as the original raiser.
He
Chase,
had like a
though.
whiskey commercial where he goes,
The betting lead, flop 9-6-5 all spades. He checks it over. Bones puts out a small bet here, 1/3 pot.
Bad
he
now.
goes,
Alcohol.
I smooth, is it flat call or smooth call? I don't know what it's
Probably smooth ball.
And this is where the small sizes are really effective because Chase has a really strong hand in terms
Next time
of
up, my buddy raises. I
his,
got
like,
7-3 suited, I smooth.
3-bet
know
pre
what I
and
got.
check flop,
Drink wild
right?
tea
Like,
whiskey.
it's a pretty good hand. And
That's
yet,
literally what the
it just
commercial is.
really can't sustain this continuation, or this bet, rather. It's not even a continuation
That's
bet.
amazing.
From out of position there. So he just has to ditch it, shows it face up as well. Just
It's been requested that we shout out the queen.
the queen is shouted.
So, I guess shout out to the queen.
Queen of Felt, man. Good
No,
stuff.
Queen Elizabeth II apparently.
Oh, really? I was like, haven't we been talking about Julia? play. Yeah, no. Shout out to all of the queens of the world. If you identify as a queen, shout out to you.
Yeah, sure.
They gave me a shit ton of money, and I got to fuck this black lady, or whatever it was.
Slicer raised to
It was great.
150
Like,
from
I showed
plus
up for, like,
1.
An hour and a half.
King,
and
queen,
then fucking
offsuit.
sports model, and yeah, they gave me a bunch of money.
That's
They probably
reasonable to
filmed
you.
that.
I know.
Yeah,
King
no.
Jack.
Was that in the
No, so
Oh no, Queen Jack is just.
no, it was the queen jack and the king jack. Sorry, I looked at the 9. Like I don't know what my brain did, but I read the king and then read the 9 next to Slicer, and I was like, king 9 offsuit. Yeah, my brain did that.
Oh, after all the greyhounds. Oh,
That's a different hand entirely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, king queen is very reasonable. The king 9 offsuit would have been very unreasonable, hence the skepticism in my voice. But I was in an alternate universe in that moment.
What's a
As
greyhound?
you know, sometimes the wires just get crossed. It happens frequently when I try to say words,
I've
which
heard
is
that
why
they're
words
hearts.
are hearts.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Apparently also identifying the hands that are on the screen in front of me are hearts.
King 9
Captain,
offsuit here.
Raise-
Captain, on the
no
other hand,
calls.
though, just limping the King 9 offsuit, which I guess I prefer the raise if you're gonna play it, but to each their own. This is why, again, I just re-straddle till the end of time, so I'm never under the gun.
there you go. Big Daddy Chaz, though, wigging a couple of words are so hard. Judy's, couple of Judy's, flops, top set.
Captain has a pair and the King of Hearts.
Yeah,
He may feel compelled to stick around.
I dare say he will. Got a 200 here after Captain checks, and indeed, Captain goes for the check call, 2.2K
Check in
behind.
the dark.
Thankfully for him and his stack, he does not improve to any additional equity on the turn. Chaz now. 2 flush draws out there, definitely some straight draw type stuff going on. Would like to see a larger size now. You don't want to bet too large because your opponent only has 2K behind, but you want to prepare the all-in wager for the river, 650. Great size here from Chaz. 2/3 now, 2/3 on the end.
Scotty was like, he made a ridiculous call, ace high in the river. Like, I got you, baby. You know, like ace high.
Captain gonna
Like,
wisely
Yeah.
step aside.
Versus you, it was probably
Snuck in there, swiped it. Kind of like a
whatever, man.
bad
Oh,
roll.
fucking rich now, baby.
That's awesome.
Put this life on autopilot. We're sad.
We're 7, I'm 23 years old. Fucking bang, just fucking, I got host
Um,
in my room, baby.
Yeah, friendly little reminder here. Can't really talk anymore.
Yeah, what happened?
Things.
Oh.
Yeah. If you guys want to play on
This is
the
one of
stream,
Vegas, like,
find all the information
Vegas, like,
there in the video description here on YouTube,
3 weeks later,
or
I have
just
no
moments
cash,
ago,
call home,
Streamlabs
flight home.
Yeah.
shared a link. You can click on that, enter your information, let us know when you're going to be in town, when you want to play, and we'll do our
Where
best to
is
get you in.
Squirroo? We're talking about Squirroo's presence and the lack thereof. I agree. Did we ban him by accident?
That can't be true.
Just saying.
In my 20s,
2 strong hands running into each other here. Cutoff versus straddle. Chase facing this 3-bet from Slicer.
make some money and fuck it off.
The ace queen offsuit. Chase preparing a
My 20s all the
4th
time.
bet.
Yeah, you're not doing it right. I mean, you're not doing it right. You don't have your fucking roll on the table, dude. I mean, what do you mean? You're not playing big enough, baby.
I had my roll on the table. If it was one time if
I suspect Chase is just going to call and play this one in position. Chase not too frequent of a 4-better when it comes to these sorts of cusp hands. Oh, this
You
is a
might just
fold.
let it go, yeah.
Yeah, this is
That's
just a
what
fold.
actually was my prediction.
Just not feeling it.
My entire
Oh,
Bitcoin
wait,
bank.
we're flipping. I got jacks.
Yeah, Slicer says we're flipping, turns over the jacks. And
you play with that.
yeah, I mean, it's
About to look at a 4-bet. I was like, I don't know what
it's kind of a feel game for Chase, right? Like, how does he feel about this particular hand, right? Because I played with Chase a lot, and fantastic guy, great player, and in spots like that, it's kind of like he just kind of feels it and goes with it. I've seen him do some really wacky stuff as well because he just feels it, and then it's fantastic, right? He'll like turn it over and he'll be like, "Yeah, had Jack 4 suited,
Just felt it.
And like somebody just laid down like a monster, you know, because it's like Chase just like put in $800, and what are you gonna do about it,
Yeah.
you know? So yeah, in that instance, just wasn't feeling it. Let it go. Pierre here, 9 of hearts, 3 of diamonds. Didn't get there. I am still yet to hit the 9-3 of hearts, by the way.
I finally hit it. You were there. You paid
I was
me.
there.
That
I
was
did.
Great.
Yep.
It makes it just that much sweeter that you had to pay me. So
I've paid everyone, and no one has paid me.
you're gonna get there.
I am. I keep trying. We had the whole table at 2-5
So
earlier.
anyone
It's
who's
fine.
hit it more than once, though,
Yes.
screw you.
Oh yeah. No, those people are terrible.
They're the worst. Slicer, the only one with a pair. Folding. Chase,
Yeah.
gonna win. Oh no, boots.
Set and take it. Pretty much how it works on boards where like nobody really connects with anything. And yeah, just it really shows the importance of the value in being aggressive,
Yes, absolutely.
because so many times you will see people fold either a hand that like is like borderline, like you shouldn't be folding that hand, to just folding stuff that's like, yeah, of course they're gonna fold, but it was better than yours, right? Like you just had to bet, and they're folding this stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And it
The
just,
number
it
of
just makes
times
a lot
that
of
I
sense.
see hands check down to showdown, and I'm like, what? How did we get to showdown here? What are you doing?
Yeah, you guys don't have anything. Like somebody should have just bet, right? Is that what you mean, or do you mean like people checking
Both
down really good
ways.
hands? Oh, okay.
Both ways, where it's like, how do you have a hand and not, you know, try to get value from draws or from, you know, you have, it's an ace-high board, you have a bad ace, but an ace nonetheless, and you just let it check to showdown,
Yeah.
and then everybody flips over their hands and it's like, I have queen high, I have a pair of threes, and you're like, oh, I have ace.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah. I
What
mean,
are we
I guess.
doing? Why are we wasting everybody's time, man? Just get this over with.
Bet and win. Boots here has a pair of sixes. Chase has nothing, and nothing turned into a pair of jacks, which is now the best hand. Checks the river as well, and Boots is like, wait, do I ever attack a 3? Probably not. Check. Yeah, goes 6. Chase says, I have a jack and a deuce. Choctaw nuts, baby. Get wrecked. We got the Mad Prof here saying that they think VPIP is now called aggression frequency. That is not true.
No.
Those are two distinctly different
Yeah.
quantities, and I will define them for you all very quickly. VPIP is voluntarily put in pot. That means that you put money in the pot when you didn't have to. So here, for example, Chase is first to act. If he limps or raises, his VPIP percentage will go up. If he limped, his aggression frequency would not go up.
Keep him down, maybe.
Only
If
if
you
you raise.
raise.
Only if you raise does your aggression
He really belong.
or open close flop.
They get too high. We're worthless.
So there you go. There you have it. Aggression frequency. If you raise when it is your turn to act, your aggression frequency will go up. If you check or fold or call, your aggression frequency will not go up.
However, if you call,
Can't confirm. Can't confirm.
No, fine. They need our fucking bang, bang, bang. They need our.
Bones versus Captain here. Jack high board with 2 diamonds. Bones on the diamond draw. Captain on effective second pair. Definitely no reason for either player to go anywhere.
They don't bother me.
Looks to be a 10, maybe a 9, probably an 8, let's be honest. Earlier we couldn't quite get a read on it. 8 of spades. 8 of spades.
yeah, same card. Weird.
Captain is still best, but Bones working with the flush draw, 2 overcards to the pair of 9s. Is this a bet and a call?
Yeah, we're a little behind. I think we're gonna get there.
Yeah,
Don't
check
you
bet
guys
call on the
fret? We're gonna get there.
check bet call on the
Do it
flop.
together.
Check bet call on the turn. Bones gonna need a 9, queen, 10,
Or diamond.
or a diamond.
There's the diamond.
There's the diamond. Bones makes the queen high flush.
And everybody does.
Captain now with many reasons to fear for the strength of his hand. However, he does only have 1,000 remaining. Pot is 1.5k, and Bones ships it on him.
Hey, Pierre, you
Yeah.
have a good day yet?
The
He is
pro-
effective.
Right, yeah.
yeah, you lose to every jack. That's like ace jack is for sure just like piling it here because like you just checked to us on the river. If you had a flush, you would have gone all in. So I beat all of your jacks. King jack, gonna ship it. Pocket queens, kings, aces, gonna ship it. All of these things, diamonds are gonna ship it.
I was having a hard night. It's like, Kaylin, I'm gonna
It's kind of hard to find a bluff. Captain tries to find a bluff, doesn't,
Yeah.
and will get stacked again.
I would
By Bones again as well. Bones got him earlier.
What? I didn't say his name.
Wishful thinking.
I have many best friends. I have many male best friends. Being Mr.
Yeah, it's tough because
Especially
One
because
of them
how
is
short
now.
he has
Sometimes.
there.
In the middle of the night,
I
well,
don't think
I don't
Bones
feel like aiming, I'll just sit on it.
You actually?
In the middle of the night.
recognizes the
If I saw me,
I can't afford you. Lord,
yeah, no, it's hard to find a bluff. That I think it's definitely hard to find a
My
bluff.
girl's right. My
Um,
girl, she messed
But I think if Bones ever were bluffing, he would go all in on the river.
Dad, I'm like, no, this is about-
Like if he ever bluffed, flop, bluff, turn,
Me over the place,
and then
baby.
was just like,
Sure.
I guess I'm here
But
with
would you do that
this.
against somebody
Next to your
with
fucking
a short
dudes.
stack at the table?
And you're never even grabbing your dick.
What I'm saying is that I don't think he gets to the river with very many bluffs. When he does, he's still going to go all in. So I'm not saying that what Captain did is like out of bounds or something like that. I just mean that there's just not very many bluffs that's going to do that.
The remaining goes
Not
to the
because
bottom.
they wouldn't do it, just because they're not going to get there. So I mean, that's all I think about it. I don't think it was necessarily a bad play or anything. I think it's just there aren't going to be a lot of bluffs on the river, and if you want to preserve your last 1K, you should probably be like, yeah, there's not a lot of bluffs here, and I should probably fold. But at the same time, like it's been a little bit of a rough night here for Captain. He's run into some tough spots. Bones
Aim it right, though.
was in the doghouse. It was like ace 5-3. It was ace 3 versus ace jack. Captain had the ace 3, was in a really good
I felt
spot,
that one coming.
and then the jack right on the
This is,
turn.
I had a chase moment where I just felt it.
Felt it.
Jack coming on the turn.
Yeah, and it did, and then all the chips went in on the river. And
Yeah.
Bones won.
Jay joining us. Jay, he's a fun player. I played with him. last night.
Absolutely, Jay, great guy.
Good time. Always. Not afraid to mix it up either, so
I was like, oh yeah, you beat me, dude.
And the bathroom attendant's
we're
just
gonna
like,
see
please
some,
give me
see some things. He's playing King Deuce offsuit, so
I'm gonna go to
I
battle
know.
right now. There's a
Not
fucking
afraid.
shithole in there. There's piss everywhere. It's ridiculous.
Here?
Oh yeah, though.
They usually have that around.
Half of them was mine.
No, whenever I'm playing at a home
All right,
game,
quick hand right there. Pierre, Slicer, Chase, and Big Daddy Chaz, all up over 10K.
ocean of piss.
Jay with 100% B pip.
Rush on live
Sitting
stream.
on the short stack here, buying in for just looks like a couple thousand, 2K.
It doesn't splash.
Oh, the win.
2K the minimum, and
Every time you
No,
go.
5K, 1K. It is still. Are we sure?
yeah, 510 technically has a 1K min, no cap. This is
You still have the stripper
it's 510.25. We could change the min,
rounders?
um,
The guy in
but
there, he gives you
we
like
haven't.
They had that? Oh, it's so annoying.
As
Last time I was at
Yeah, no,
So-
510, 1K. Yeah, seems reasonable.
Yeah, 5.5. The min is
last time I was
500.
in Vegas at
510
the Cosmos.
is
Last
1K.
time I went to the
Oh,
Gold
it's
Restaurant.
right here.
No, I wasn't trying to pass judgment.
No,
I
it
just
was
was
a
curious.
valid question. I agree.
I was like, the Cosmos does it well. The cleaning bathroom's good.
Ask.
Then I walk out. with
All
the-
right, Caitlin here going to raise to 75 from +2. Early middle position. Slicer coming in. Captain going to hit him with the
Everybody's
3
got a
bet.
little. I got a hand here.
Captain is back, and he's in on 10K.
Really?
And I'm peeing into
Right,
it.
he's not.
It's a round.
No, a couple of 5K bullets are down, and he is going to reload,
I'll walk
ready
out. First thing I do
to
is look for a urinal.
get that money back.
Yeah.
Very nice clean bathroom. Clean
Caitlin
bathroom, girl.
folded the king-queen offsuit, understandable. Slicer, though,
Yeah,
going to
I
make the
think
call.
that's the
I'm identified as it.
there.
Caitlin.
Captain flopping the flush draw. Slicer still has the best hand with a pair.
Way better.
Caitlin would have flopped top pair, but oh, Slicer's just done.
They
Snap
have
done.
a mutual, whatever, San Francisco.
Ace Jack of clubs is shown.
That's kind
And
of weird. Like,
I mean, Slicer shouldn't feel bad about that, right? Like, because
No, I mean he's dodging so many outs, and you know you're going to be put to the test in that scenario when you're up against a hand like that. So once he sees what Captain was holding, despite the fact that technically yes he was ahead, I think he's perfectly content with the fact that he was there.
yeah, that was like best case scenario that he had a club flush draw.
Like that at Belgium.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, best case scenario is just like ace king off with the ace of clubs or something.
But regardless, I mean, what I'm saying is that like
It just doesn't feel right.
it doesn't matter the fact that like yeah,
if I had to,
Slicer
I
had a
definitely
pair
would.
and he was
Yeah, same.
if the hand ended, I wouldn't expect that.
It
Unless
doesn't
he
end right
binks
there.
an offsuit 9, he doesn't feel good about that under any circumstances. So just get away
Like,
from
and
it.
they're like, you know, like,
Turn
my
queen
buddy's mom, like, how you doing?
would make you feel okay.
Hey, you know what I want?
Top pair paired, so now nines are probably
sure.
better.
Yes.
Sorry.
But
Okay,
you could
that
still
would
end up in a weird spot. That's
Yeah, you
for
still
sure.
don't feel great about it, and you're still dodging outs in the river. So, I mean, I guess even if a 9 thinks you're
There's the
still
occasional
dodging.
dude, it's just like, I don't
Boots here running good as he outflops Caitlin and turns some deuce, another deuce to go to trip deuces. Just all of the deuces, most of them anyway. Caitlin, though, not going to continue with the ace jack high. She gets out of the way.
Anyone follow Barstool on Instagram? Barstool?
Andrew Harvey here says, when you lose a big hand, it's good to go really aggressive and try to win all of it back in a couple of hands.
Andrew Harvey has
Yeah.
all the best advice. Meet ladies at the table,
Yep.
and when you get stacked, just ship it blind. Is what he said.
Yeah, try. You
Double
just
up,
need to.
just get all your chips in the middle. Doesn't matter what cards you have. Great advice.
You just got to try to win it. You got to get it back. If it doesn't come back right away, then it's not coming back at all. That's what my grandma
Yeah.
always
I
said.
think that's a reasonable way to look at it.
All right, we've got some limping happening. Captain and Jay trying to get in the limp game, and Big Daddy Chaz says, "No, I don't think so." 150 now.
Oh, Gary C. Yeah, we're gonna just let you know TCH Dallas is open, going stronger than ever, frankly, and they will remain open
Trying to show the
forever.
Barstool.
Watching pornography.
Forever.
Captain flops a
Sure.
flush. No one else has a diamond, so he is. I don't even know. I guess Chaz has 3% equity because he could go runner, boat.
Runner, boat. If Boots wasn't out of sixes, he could also go.
I was gonna say, why can't Boost go runner, quads?
Yeah, definitely.
But then I realized that there's probably a reason for that.
It's just love.
Everyone is just going to fold, and Captain will actually be pretty pleased about winning with the 5-high flush, but given the fact that his opponent's hands were just so completely crushed, it'll be a little bit sad.
Yeah, if he
to
goes back
not
and
win
sees
more.
this, he'll realize that, like,
Yeah, but you're not going to play that any differently, so
no,
it's
of
just
course
the way
not.
it goes.
Of course not.
Yeah, and part of this game, and perhaps one of the most frustrating things, too, about this game is when you win, but you win less than you feel like you were sort of entitled to or whatever, right? Like, the times where you just drill it. You just absolutely drill it. And then everyone folds, you know? Like, those feel like beats. And
Yeah,
we
you
all
feel
we
like
have
you lost.
Yeah.
You feel like I just flopped the nuts and I got $6 out of this pot. You're like, God damn it.
Yeah. And it's really important to keep perspective because so many times you'll get pocket kings pre, feel like you're on top of the world, and I don't mean like so many times, but I mean like over the course of your lifetime, you're gonna get kings pre, feel really good about your life, and then you're gonna lose all of your chips
Or
on that hand.
aces. I mean, I cracked
Even
aces
aces.
last night, and it was one of those scenarios where, granted, I felt pretty good about my hand when I saw it, and then saw the flop especially.
Yeah, and then things changed. Let's take a look at this hand really quick, as we've got an ace of clubs on the turn, which changes the texture quite a bit. Both Slicer and Jay flopping top pair with good
Did
kickers.
Cap not fold 3-4 of clubs? Is that the same hand? Did this happen this hand? Can we
I
rewind?
wasn't actually, I didn't see that, but
Almost
Boots is in
positive.
here, so Boots has something as well. From what we can see right now, Slicer with the pair of queens king kicker is best, but Boots here putting in a chunky bet here, 800 into 1.2K. So
Macaroni and cheese?
Hot dogs cut up.
Carolyn going back to review the footage.
You make it pretty mean, Mac.
Yeah, 3-4 clubs.
Did he see a flop?
Slicer is a cut.
If he didn't see a flop,
He did.
then
He called.
oh, flops an up and downer and then just folds.
Oh, because the flop is wrong.
That's the only thing. I don't like
Oh, the flop is wrong.
The flop is wrong. So everything that we've said is wrong.
Ah, because there was a 9 out there on the flop, not a deuce. Okay, yeah, that'll change things quite a bit.
Me around, get away from me.
Boots is going to win this hand as Jay does elect on the fold there on the end. Started with 2K, down to 1.2 after a couple of hands, playing every hand he's seen just about, and a couple of losses will take a hit.
John Boy is pretty good.
Boots at the top, Caitlin at the bottom.
Spice. Daddy got spice.
All right.
Nobody coming up short on that aggression frequency. Nobody is playing hands particularly passively.
That is for sure.
Although Jay did just limp,
Yeah, nothing special. Maybe I.
so maybe things are about to change.
Does your wife go too, or you?
No, she's pathetic.
Compete my points. I know we've still got a little while until we can gamble again, but it was nice to win one. Not just in terms of taking your money, but like actually get points back, because I had dusted off like 600 points or something. I was down under 2,000 loyalty points. I think I'm above that now, but anyway,
I don't know where I'm at.
things were getting rough there. Yeah, I'm up barely over 200 or
Did you watch the
2K.
documentary?
Taking a look at the chip counts, we have a lot of money on the table here. If you add that all up, I think we're very nearly to 70,000.
I didn't know that. No, I had it.
Pretty on point.
Tilapia is like the worst fish you can have.
Oh, I've definitely lost some points today.
Yeah, but you're hanging tough. You got 1,500, I got 2,900. Yeah, we're right. All right, we got the $50 straddle out here. Boom.
You're shit.
All these players.
Yeah,
Right.
sounds like this table sounds like so much fun.
Yeah, well, with that many bottles of Malibu out there in front of Chaz, you know, they better be having a good time.
Or is that bad?
Of course, Boots over there is holding the wine. I do know that the red wine is the beverage
I
of
just
choice.
like it gives me anxiety watching it.
I need to just
Because of that one time.
The one.
Sorry,
How big do
multiple
you come?
times.
So,
Yeah.
so slaughter your face for you.
There's one specific time I remember.
Caitlin.
Caitlin here.
GMOs in her.
Free betting.
Is there around, she'll kill him.
You know, someone said to me the other day, if you're gonna play a hand from the small blind, three better fold. Someone asked about when the appropriate time to get small blind.
There it is.
Always or fold.
everything that.
Yeah,
So-
that's very reductive.
Well, but this is the fantastic part about poker and the evolution of the strategy, because there are people to this day right now, GTO solvers and all of the things that we have available to us, that will still recommend that if you're playing a hand from the small blind, that you three better fold.
I mean,
And
I think
I'm not
on a
throwing
very,
them under
like,
the bus.
a
I'm saying that's
very
reasonable.
high level, like looking down
If you ask my wife, she'd tell you I should do more. I promise.
without taking into
I got
account
made.
the nuances.
That's what I do. And then I'm trying to even get the meat come more frequently, and Taylor said
X,
no.
Y, and Z. I think
Every time she mentions that's what
as very basic advice. I don't think they're
This
wrong.
all goes back to the fact the money.
Wrong isn't the qualifier, I think. I think what is the qualifier for me in particular when it comes to playing from the small blind is comfort. And that's the thing that's missed. That's the thing that's missed when people talk about this is what you should do, or that's what you should do, or this, that, always, never, right? These words and these qualifiers come in. And these people are always speaking from their own perspective.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And if you were to only play from a solver perspective and people are using reasonable bet sizes, then you have calls from the small blind. You do. You have calls from the small blind, you have three bets, you have folds, you have all of it because you're balanced. But we're human beings and we're different. We have all sorts of other things going on, and I'm going to come back to that here in a moment because we've got a four-way flop popping up. And we get a queen high board here.
I don't know what's going on out there, man. They're having a blast.
They really are. We got a lot of pairs though. Jay here, the only player without one.
Who's got a gunner?
I used to pull.
No, he doesn't. I
Backdoor gutter.
Here's a backdoor.
I ordered a special
Backdoor
like,
gutter to
like
the bottom end of the
Amazon,
straight.
and it slips onto the band, like a condom. It sits
Captain, you
perfectly
hear
under
it
the
though.
fan blade,
Yeah.
And I cleaned those fans really good today.
They're fucking clean, baby.
Yeah, real clean.
I'm not sure if this is all correct. No.
No, I
It says it's on. Oh no, Captain has already called. Okay, I apologize. We were zoomed over on phones,
So
and
You made a mess.
it
You
was.
made a pretty good match.
But,
No, I had the odd pair.
Captain did make the call with the bottom pair. Ace kicker
Sometimes you get married.
really doesn't want to see an ace.
He wanted to make an extra $15.
Who bet?
So they do.
Check?
Oh, bones raised. Bones
Got it.
raised.
Got it. Makes sense now.
You know,
Jazz
if
bet,
she's
captain
the
call,
fan,
bones
she's
raised,
supposed
take
to
it
help
down.
out with cleaning.
Check, check, bet, call, raise, fold, fold, fold. There you go.
I've seen her clean the fan a
Okay,
couple times.
so back to the small blind thing. I'm just going to put this to rest really quick, which is
They say
that there's no just like prescriptive thing. You either adhere to some sort of reality, which is just like I am a robot and the computer told me to do this,
Aaron, I
and
thought
then
you were a robot, so
don't
you saying
judge
you're
me.
not?
Um,
I was
So-
under the impression that you were.
They say with
well, you know what?
you. They live with you?
The computers are here and we're here to stay. We're taking over. But what I'm trying to say is that you are either going to play like this hyper balanced way where you really focus on the exact nuance of the exact spot that you're in, and then you're going to have some calls from the small blind and all the other things, or you're going to try to simplify things because you're a human being and you're trying to internalize all of this information and all of the different things that are happening in this game. And you want to make things easier for yourself. And if you want to make things easier for yourself, you can just sort of cut out all the call bullshit and say, no, I take this part of my range specifically, and I 3-bet it. I take this part of my range, and I fold it, and everything else is gone.
If the rule is 3-bet or fold from the small blind, what if you're facing a 3-bet? Then do you have calls?
You'd have even, no, then you'd still have 0 calls.
But it's, so is it now either 4-bet or fold?
Yeah, of course.
I need her.
I need her.
You 4-bet like jacks on the small blind?
Or fold them. Absolutely. You don't. If you're going to play a 3-bet or fold strategy from the small blind or anywhere else, you're not suddenly going to mix in calls of someone's 3-bet. I mean, that's even more fucking ridiculous. Because that's the thing is that someone
So it's
opens.
raise or fold.
What?
We're gonna simplify it even more. Raise or fold.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Because
what I think. That's the only. I just wanted to make this.
yeah, well, I can
Because
just
3-bet was too.
well, I can put a nail in that coffin because the only thing there is that if you're in the small blind and someone just opens, right? That's just a single raise, which even from under the gun is wide enough that from the small blind you should theoretically be able to have a calling range. It's very narrow,
I agree.
but the solver is going to say you can have a calling range against an under the gun open from the small blind. Because if you re-raise with a hand like pocket eights or queen jack suited, right? Like these hands, they're just like, ugh, you know, like they don't play great against your opponent's calling range. And are they really going to get very many better hands to fold? Like probably not. So like, okay, you can call your eights, your nines, your queen jack suited. Your, I don't know, right? Like I'm just throwing stuff out there.
Right.
Someone that's a solver nerd is going to be like, well, actually. But at the end of the day, you can have a narrow calling range.
I thought you were a solver nerd robot.
Stop
I
judging.
figured out it was like probably like 28K if I were to factor in all meals.
In any case, the calling range from the small blind is actually wide enough from most other positions. It's still balanced, right? It's still okay. It's narrow, but it's okay. But if you start flatting 3-bets from the small blind, it's literally just jacks. You know, like I mean, and that's it. So then your hand is face up. Let's continue with this hand, which has a lot of spades on it. And it is a yellow bomb pot, as we have Sal in the box.
I know him for 20 years.
I love his wife Amber. She's amazing.
Is that
I got one of his
time?
projects under contract right now.
Yes, yeah. He's doing good. I'm not gonna get on that shit real quick.
The all caps in the chat, amazing.
What happened? What happened? missed it.
Oh, I'm just looking at silly stuff in the
I-
chat because these people are funny.
I foresee an angle coming on. I am a robot. Don't judge me.
Let's see. I mean, I'm not seeing any hands that are just screaming
Yeah,
amazing
well, I'm not
here.
seeing any hands, so does it matter?
Captain's in here. He's got queen
Okay,
8.
aces. He's behind, for sure.
Look how easy.
Not, no. Captain's
And it's the
ahead.
same price.
Pocket aces is behind.
Messy?
Oh.
Oh, this up here is great.
Listen
Well,
to
he's
the
got the
words.
nut blocker.
Definitely thinks about
Bing.
herself, makes her bed every
There we go.
morning.
Bink indeed.
Yeah.
Great girl.
Bet flop. Check on
Low
turn.
with aces.
There we go.
Small.
Don't do that.
Oh, he should have bet 25.
It's amazing.
200 is going to get called.
We have
Then why would you bet 25?
I know. I was kidding. I was kidding because Slicer was the one that was doing the 1/10 and 1/12 and 1/13 or whatever from earlier. So it was funny. Anyways, once again, I'm going to step out for just a
I'm
moment.
really glad
I
that
will
you
be
You know
right.
what? As a matter of fact, load me up.
Good
Um,
job.
do you want me to
Hi, Neil.
I'm ready, baby.
throw
I'm
this
upset
at you?
about fucking my team Danny.
Okay, bye.
I'll be right back.
Never forget
That's
it.
a little different.
You won't believe how
My
easy
new
it is.
helper.
Aaron is
You would not believe how easy it was.
My kids knew that. My kids knew Danny.
Well, I mostly, you probably shouldn't say.
I'm okay. I'm not blind, so.
I would never do that. Unless you would.
Oh, this table's getting lit tonight.
Two consenting adults.
Good time.
You're gonna be big blind. Here we go.
I remember my kid was 40 straight. Man. Be a good boy.
I assume whatever it was, I deserved it.
Hour or two, get drunk.
Seth.
We got low. All right.
All right, we're back to hold'em.
Seth,
Seth, here.
need more available.
Boots opening with king 7 suited from under the gun +1.
Which been ours? Yeah, you.
So far, nobody has a hand that can call raise. But
Calling.
we're a little behind. Jay folds king 8 suited, which was ahead.
Ooh.
Chaz is going to stick around with
Same last.
ace deuce, which was ahead of Jay's king 8. So king 8 would have been okay, but boots is even better. A pair and a flush draw.
Battles.
Money?
And Chaz is going to fold his backdoor draw and ace high.
Yeah, I'm so excited about the new
And we're going to move on.
All you have to do is like type up like a one-page about yourself, you know, your family, you know, put a picture down at the bottom.
I don't know if you guys can hear the table, but
Traditional Mexican family.
I'm not gonna tell them that.
You can hire from all over the world. We did only Spanish speaking. We want Peyton to speak Spanish.
Yeah.
I would do only Eastern Europe speaking.
Alright, so we got a straddle like 25, double straddle, like 15, and then fold.
they're having a blast out there.
Raise 125,
Oh,
We've had a lot of Malibu.
Jay
Matty
versus boots. Boots flops top pair.
100,
This will be our last shot.
Yeah, do that.
I mean, there's more
raise 400.
types of liquor. Yeah, but you know how they.
That's it.
I got Tito's.
What did I miss?
Malibu.
Nothing.
I mean, good.
There was one, maybe 2 hands.
Are you making a run?
Jaeger bomb.
Perfect.
That shit makes me want to throw
That's
up.
a bomb, man.
Let's see here. Any recent subscriptions or anything of that nature? No? No.
Chaz's Malibu structure, his castle, is growing.
I'm on a real nasty little air bomb.
7 baby bottles
Damn,
and
dude.
1 papa bottle.
Has he crushed all of them? That would be some
I would be
impressive
impressive,
work.
yeah.
Home-cooked moonshine, huh?
I mean, because of how much I think drunk Chaz is just the funniest. I hope
Dude, I want moonshine.
that he has
Is it
I
good?
walked moonshiners the other day.
I
Got me
do
this
hope that.
butterscotch moonshine. I was like, what?
He is in the
If
hand.
he has, I think he has to come back here and do comedy.
I thought moonshine.
Oh,
was
that would be
anybody
fantastic.
Who made liquor in their house.
Chaz here with 5 high
No,
and
it's- I mean,
Boots
it's-
with
it's-
third pair effective. Make that a set.
Is there a
Of 9.
specific like whiskey?
Gonna fire out 900 here on the turn, and Chaz is like, yeah, my hand is worthless. Just about playing the board. Expect to be playing the board on most rivers. Gets out of the way. Boots takes it down.
But no, there is like extra steps to it, and there's it's
Mad
like a
Prof,
mix of-
dude, you're so quick with your breaks. Yeah, man. That one was actually longer than usual
It
because,
was. Actually, I was worried.
well, the freaking place was full up, man. I had to stand in line.
It's really clear. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, we're popping off here at TCH Austin, and when you're popping off, everybody in the club trying to use the
Monday
restroom at the
night.
same time.
If you're in the Austin area and you're saying to yourself, man, I wish I had something fun to do on a Monday night
Try not to stare.
because I like fun,
Do you like it?
then you should be here.
Do you mix it or
This
just?
is the funnest.
Indeed. Yeah, Monday nights at TCH
Most
Austin,
fun.
nothing
Is
better.
funnest a word? I don't think it
Shoot
is.
it or do you
Funnest?
sub it?
Yeah, it's the most fun.
all the different
Chat,
flavors.
let me know.
We have a full.
Essentially, like Everclear.
We've got a limp pot here. Chase coming in from the button. Boots out of the big blind. Caitlin will check her option. 3 ways to a flop. Not much
Moonshine, I think.
in hand here so far.
Trash.
King Jack deuce, couple of diamonds. Doesn't connect with any of the players that we can see. Ace of diamonds now on the turn. Now we're really disconnected. Caitlin could improve to a pair of 5s on the river, which she does. And Boots fires off 200, which even a pair of 5s on the river can't compete with. And Boots will drag the small pot there.
You watched the show Moonshiners one time, and
The little, I don't know, graphics popping up here very quickly. You saw the stacks there for just a split second.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever
Yeah,
had
there's
it.
like an art to it. They like have to like shake the bottle and like it's got the bubbles like purified real quick.
Sometimes you just look at the chat and your eyes just sort of dart to one comment and you just pick out like a couple words and you're just like, what on earth is being spoken? And it's amazing. I love it. Y'all are great. Really appreciate y'all coming in, hanging out with us here tonight on Monday. TCH Live out of Austin, Texas. 202 likes on the counter. You guys are awesome.
I just
helping
gotta
us out
ask
here
though,
tonight.
Aaron, did you wash your hands? Because that was pretty quick.
Yes,
Oh, so Mexico was the first one?
definitely wash my hands.
Okay.
Always wash my hands.
It just dawned on me. Yeah, that was quick.
You watch
Wait a second.
Yeah.
The first trip to the bathroom was way quicker
It was
because
way
I didn't have to
quicker, but you didn't
wait.
line.
Got a little
So.
pointy.
Nice.
I'm like first season.
Slicer here still just working with Queen High.
Good. You don't limp in these.
He's going to take his showdown with Queen High and find out that his opponent had a bad 6. Good 6. Good 6, bad ace.
I don't really fucking get it. Pros.
The bet may not have worked, but
You better not be talking about shit.
I have my
recommended me on Twitter.
Queen High,
You're a pro.
the only hand rational to attack is ace high, probably gets the job done. If the opponent didn't have a 6, blah, 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 blah. Still just checks down. That's the end of that one.
Good talk.
Thank you. I thought so too.
I had like,
Commitment issues.
Chaz, I
Man,
had like
poker
red
is such a different freaking game when you realize
Not poker
what
money,
you
but solid.
didn't know before.
Once my old
And that may have been really
Can you
okay.
expound on that?
I can. So there's something to the saying, which is like ignorance is bliss, right? It's like if you don't know what you don't know, then you're just kind of like, you know, you just go with the flow. You're like, this is what I know, and I have no idea. Like there's stuff out there that I don't know, and that's fine. But you don't even know what you don't know at some points, right? And so you're just sort of blissfully
Well, there's
unaware.
the known unknown and then the unknown.
Yeah, it's like you get into a spot and you're like, wait a minute, I know that some shit has gone terribly wrong here, and like I'm probably way behind, and I don't know if I should call. And there's a lot of question marks, but like there's some like understanding to what's going on. Then there's just the like, I don't know what the fuck's happening. Like, I literally have no idea what's going on. I don't know what I should know, what I don't know, whatever. And you just like make decisions based on just gut and flipping coins or whatever. And poker is so much easier when you just have no fucking clue. Like, you just do stuff. You just do stuff and hope that it works.
I don't know if easier is the right word.
I'm speaking from like an emotional standpoint.
Oh, emotionally?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's tough then too. Because
Listen,
a lot of times
Linda,
you just like.
I'm gonna snap you with this rubber band.
Aaron he's trying to hurt me today.
No, I'm trying to make a point. You keep interjecting and telling me. Oh no,
I'm blind. He's threatened to assault me with other things in this room.
Is that what we're calling it? No, I'm kidding. Jay here's all in with a heart flush draw and a pair of fives. Boots has a pair of nines and a gut shot. And is looking to make a call for 175. Definitely going to have to make that call.
No, Daddy folded. You're against Jack.
Why was Daddy got me in this situation? Fucking Daddy.
This is... Oh, the stack sizes cannot be right. That's what the problem is. I was like, Boots should be snapping this, but Jay has more chips than he should.
1,620.
Okay, so Jay is actually all in for, looks like 1,600, something like that. Okay, all in for 1,600. Boots over here now has to make a call for 1,200, which is why he is actually thinking. 12.
Never mind. You stay where you're at.
Well, 1,200 into a pot that's going to go to 4,400. He still has to call with nines and the gutter here. He does make the call, and Jay needs to improve to win the pot. Run it once, run it twice. I can't exactly tell what the hand gesture was, but the 10, not going to do it for the ace-5. And neither will the 3. Boots going to scoop this one off of Jay. Jay in good spirits, though. He takes the beat with a laugh and looks to be getting some more chips, perhaps. Oh, but okay. Anyways, what I was saying before is it was mostly just like when you don't know what you don't know, it's a lot easier to just kind of like keep doing what you're doing. There's like there's no emotional attachment to like I could have done better. Like I recognize the folly of my ways and what could have been. You just lost. So, okay, big deal. You move on, right?
Neil,
That's all I was
hold on. Neil's asking, doesn't that tell your opponent that you're on a flush draw when you go all in? No. No, not at all. I mean, it's an option of things that you're jamming with there, but it's not an option. So, no. The answer to your question is
Yeah, check
it's
jam.
a possibility that you're on a flush draw there, but it's also a possibility that you're I mean, typically either
Straight
you are
possible.
Yeah.
Would have been a gutter, but still.
It's either probably trying to deny equity when you're like over bet jamming there,
75.
or I guess.
I mean, that was not even
No,
not
it
even
was not.
close to an overbet. That was a tiny check jam.
Yeah, it was essentially a min. Well,
I mean,
it was a
Yeah.
3x.
I'm not even trying to do higher.
No, I mean it ended up being 1,600 into a pot that went up to 4,400 when Boots called. So it was
Well, Boots bet 4 something. On On that turn.
Yeah, no, it was a pot-sized check jam. So all of his value, all of his draws.
Everything is there.
it was
Every
bang on.
possibility exists.
Yeah.
Flush draw, 100% is one of those possibilities. He had a flush draw and a pair, so to be fair.
Big hand developing
Almost
here as Big Daddy Chaz under the gun
1,375. Fold.
raises it up, gets 3-bet and a caller, and now Captain is going to call the open, call the 4-bet. Sorry, call the 3-bet, call the 4-bet. This is not recommended. Big Daddy Chaz flops clean and pure. Captain whiffs this hard, checks it over. Chaz should continue for somewhere around 1/3. I'd like to see 1K to 1,200.
The bar's closed. I'm here.
This bar's open.
Looks like a little less than that. I think. 7.
Yeah.
Ruh-roh, why?
Less than that's even.
Oh, and here comes a raise from Captain. I imagine Chad's just going to call.
Yes, Daddy.
Yeah. This is awkward as Chaz, and yet you can't do anything
Tap that ass.
other than call.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could min click it back, but that's kind of not great because we're solidly into bluff catching versus like
And she got so offended that I was laughing.
no,
at that.
we're
So I
literally
didn't
we're
know- I
just
thought you
bluff
were
catching.
joking.
Like sometimes we're
Say
toast.
sugar daddy in a real sentence. I don't know.
Ace on the turn.
That could be real.
So
Drills, Captain.
the check raise from Captain
Did you ask her what her price
on the flop.
Oh, he's getting the friends and family deal.
Is curious. Then
it's-
check
it's-
the turn.
It's curious, but at the same time, like, it totally disguises his hand. Like, I don't think Chaz is necessarily as afraid of the ace when he check raises flop.
No, and he shouldn't. And he's going to bet this tiny amount here, 1,500, and Chaz is just going to have to pay this off.
Yeah. This was, I feel like,
Dude, why not?
unorthodox, but
If I was a girl,
worked
I'd
out
be
really
like,
well.
give me $100 for
for
Chaz
Captain.
is like, wow, you ran out 2 pair on me.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah.
Cold calling the 3-bet, then the 4-bet, and then
Check raising flop.
check min raising flop, and running out 2 pair.
Like, I don't think
No, it's rare that they do
there's
that.
any reason why you would put cap on
No.
an ace of
No,
any
no,
kind
no,
there.
no, no. It's not even feasible.
So the call there just, seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, and it was, and that was one of the parts of poker that is uncomfortable, especially as someone who puts a lot of thought into the game as Chaz, right? Where he's like, my opponent is going to have a very specific range of hands that is X, Y, and Z because cold calling a 3-bet and then a 4-bet, right? Like he wasn't even the original raiser.
Right.
And to still call the 4-bet, right? Like that should be a very narrow range of hands, and then it just happened to be ace-jack off that did it that way and got lucky, right? It's just very unorthodox and very, very strange and unfortunate for Chaz.
What would you think of, in Chaz's position, what would you think of as hands that would cold call a 3-bet and then a 4-bet? Free.
I'll come back to that in a second because we've got a real hand developing here, Bones and Chaz. Chaz, who just got off of a really nasty spot the hand before. I mean, we've just seen this. So now he's going to be cutting out 4 betting chips from the straddle here.
Dude, honestly, there's so much money.
This was a hijack open, a couple of calls in between, Bones squeezing from the big blind, and now Chaz. Chaz has plenty of experience with Bones, so he knows that Bones isn't squeezing light most of the time. But ace-king off is also just too strong to do anything other than put in 4 bets, and he's going to do it.
How much?
The big ones are
making what?
They're making what?
This is a large resqueeze, which, all things considered, when you cold 4-bet, you generally don't have to go very large.
I don't have aces, I don't have
No, I
kings.
say 18.
I don't think so, but I think what Chaz is doing...
Captain's
He's not 800.
He's not going anywhere.
800K.
Oh,
I
my
have
goodness.
2
Bones
kings,
Bones
2
should
cards,
ship it
and
now.
I already put money in this pot.
Bones should ship it now.
I agree.
Yeah, that shit's saturated. Like, who hasn't heard of the X? Like, how are you gonna get like?
No,
And this is actually going to be...
steak or deals or whatever.
I mean, this is really weird,
They get a following, then they put a
but
them in the apps. But like everyone's.
this is the way the hand should go, is Bones versus Chaz all in. There's just going to happen to be an extra 1.5K in the middle from Captain. Unless he
That's
somehow
assuming the
comes along.
captain doesn't
Right, I think. Yeah, I think that
fold.
I suppose. I think he's
I
going to
mean,
be
he's
drawn to
got a
some
lot
weird
of
shit.
chips now. He's got 13K in front of him, so if Bones ships it for 10, I think Captain can fold, obviously.
Yeah.
My ego is too
Whether he will is another question.
Yeah. But so here's the thing. I don't think that Chaz is turning his hand face up by raising to this size. I think what he's doing is making the bet large enough that he can't fold. Pardon me. Because if he faces a fifth bet and he made it smaller, which let's say that he made it a more sort of standard cold 4-bet size, which would be, call it 1.3K or 1.2K. Yeah, then he's just going to have to ditch it. Bones is going to call and play this one 3 ways as the man in the middle.
I kind of like it. And obviously he's just loving this. I mean, the only thing he's just thinking about is like,
Loving is a vast overstatement. I think when you call here, you're.
But I mean, it's a breath of fresh air to not see an ace or king on that flop or queen.
It is, and he's happy when Captain folds, because now he just has to put in the chips. He can't fold to Chaz.
Of course not.
What he didn't want was to see Captain somehow spaz all the chips in the middle. And when Captain didn't do that, now it's like, okay, like I just lose some of the time, and the rest of the time I just can't fold.
One way or the other, I assume. It would be a very unorthodox fold, I think. He didn't.
Yeah, I think the call was already focused entirely on Captain and what Captain was going to do. And when Captain checked and folded to this bet, I mean, I personally think all the chips should have been in. No. Just like as soon as Captain folded. But Bones is going to do his due diligence here. I mean, this is still scary, right? I mean, Chaz can have all of the overpairs, but if you're going to call and allow Captain to stay in the hand, then you're going to have to call the all-in from Chaz, given the way that this hand is played out. I think that's just the way it is. I have seen Bones make some big laydowns before, though, and he is very capable of sort of leveling himself
But I've also
into making a big laydown.
I've also seen him make a lot of calls that are, especially in a situation like this, 100% right in theory. Like how do you fold this? And kind of just suck it up when he's wrong,
Yeah.
Be okay with the fact that once in a while this call's not going to be good. But this particular, but if you're going to make those calls when you're not good, then you 100% have to make those calls when you are. Like, you have to be consistent about it. So
Bones,
we've seen Bones make this call before when Chaz has kings.
Right.
So we have to see Bones make this call when he has Jackson and Chaz has ace king. Like, period.
yeah, Bones is trying to go off of a read here, though. He's trying to get the read off of Chaz. Chaz is turning away from him and saying, no, you got to figure it out, buddy. Make your choice.
Yeah. And I think the choice should have been made when he called pre-flop.
Either way.
Chaz chuckling and counting Malibu bottles and just trying to get in Bones' head. They both have drank a lot.
Got jacks over there, Bones?
Yeah, I just heard Slicer ask if Bones has jacks, and yeah, I mean that is the hand, right?
It's the hand that is just barely.
I'm ready for my second one.
Got a heart?
Chaz wins, and Chaz is gonna turn it over. Caitlin comes over and gives Chaz a hug, like, you got it through, buddy. You win.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I mean,
I can look at it?
Chaz.
Show
You never.
Just look at it if you want. Just look at it.
Whatever.
Look at it.
Just show one, Chase.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Bones make those calls and be wrong.
Yes, Daddy.
Bang, bang.
And so my my like heart tells me like, God, I just want to see you make that column be right there.
Yeah.
Because it's gotta even itself out in the long run. Otherwise,
That's a nice bluff for that.
then you have to reassess all those calls that you're making that are good in theory and wrong in reality.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's tricky because we're not robots and we're not gonna play strictly GTO or whatever. I mean, strictly GTO right there would have been to probably just rip it pre. And certainly if you call and the one wild card in the hand
None of your business, Frenchie.
checks and folds, you're gonna have to play it. You got an overpair to the board, and I mean, if you were really playing set or nothing, then you shouldn't have called. And Bones isn't playing set or nothing most of the time. He tried to get a read, apparently got something, and went for the fold. I don't know. Like, I don't know how to pick that one apart, other than to say that the consistency of, like, I'm going to do X, every time I get to this point in the game tree is not there, right? Like, Bones is trying to pick his choose your own adventure based on what he's coming up with in the moments, and that spot he didn't get the right one.
In the middle of that is captain. And
I mean, you and I will agree about that, but like sitting at the
table,
spot,
not knowing what captain has, and not knowing,
and being more concerned about what Chaz has, right? Like at the end of all of that stuff that we just watched, Bones is now solidly in the camp of like figuring out, does Chaz have aces, kings, queens, or not? And he settled on yes, and he folded. And that decision to me is one that is going to be sporadic and raise a finger in the air and see which way the wind is blowing, because you're trying to get a read, you're trying to do the stuff, rather than just be like, all right, I got to here and I have jacks, like I can't fold, right? Because if I play it this way, then I need to continue. And again, I'm saying this from the perspective of sitting here in the booth with you, watching this play out, cards face up.
I don't know. I mean,
I just think that if you get there, you have to.
I agree. I think if I get there, if I called that pre-flop bet, if I said, you're not set minded. That's the thing. You can't be.
Yeah.
You can't be
Yeah.
with jacks in that scenario.
Yep.
So when you see a flop, you have to just be prepared to call any and all bets, and sometimes be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, the one piece of this that we haven't really talked about, which is that if your opponent doesn't bluff jam ace high, then the fold makes a lot more sense. So then you have to ask yourself, when it goes three ways to the flop, which is sort of strange and bizarre because captain really just didn't have a reason to be in there, right? Like if we're just
King 10 offsuit?
Yeah.
You think that was a fold?
So if you take all that into consideration, then it's like, okay, so now you just have this 5-high board. Is he not going to bluff jam ace high? If the answer is like, yeah, he's just not going to do that, then okay, fold. But like, Chaz is
going to do that.
Chaz is going to do it. I think Chaz is going to do it.
Without skipping a beat.
And he did. We saw it.
Yeah,
right?
And we've seen it so many times that like there's. If you discounted that being in Chaz's range, then you have not watched the show or played with
once
Chaz
again, let's give credit where it's due. Bones is a field player in addition to being a strong theoretical player. He was trying to pick up a read. He must have gotten something, or he saw some shadows or boogeymen under the bed. I don't know, but he settled on the wrong decision in terms of what we think was correct, what was actually in the hand. Like, he was ahead, right? He could have always gotten drawn out on. We'll never know. But in terms of just putting the money in at that point, he did make the wrong decision in any case.
So do you ever consider the number, like in that scenario, the fact that captain called, like sure, he could have been set mining, I guess, but also he could have been calling with an ace. Does the fact that he called pre-flop, do you ever discredit the outs that he potentially could have been holding?
Like blockers? Like what was in captain's hand that would have interacted with Chaz's hand?
Yeah.
No. Now, when you have a wild card like captain, you...
Because he also could be in there with like 4s.
No, when you have a wild card in there like Captain, like honestly, that's what I was assuming is that Bones was calling in order to get the information from Captain as to what he was going to do, because the remaining stack size for our Chaz was, you know, it was like SPR 1, right? Like Chaz went all in for 3.7K or whatever, which took the pot up to 8 point something. It was like, yeah. So my presumption was that Bones is like, all right, I'm going to call if I get a favorable board and Captain isn't spazzing all of his chips into the middle, I'm going to play against Chaz for all of it. And then we saw that not happen. And that was what made me sort of curious about everything that had happened. Because I thought that the natural play would have been to just go all in pre.
Right.
Is there more of an asshole thing?
Chaz now can call or call off or whatever. And then Captain, though, would have to play for all of his chips. And he's called a 3-bet. And
13K deep.
yeah, but Captain just can't have a good hand.
Right.
And Jack's just smashing whatever Captain has. So, like,
Whatever he's
just
calling
rip
it there,
and
yeah,
make him
without a
fold.
doubt. I think that's what I'm saying. Like, Captain's either
You don't see it?
folding,
You don't see it? Well, you're a fucking ignorant.
which seems like the logical,
George W. Bush was a fine president. He turned into an
the
asshole.
logical end to that. Who knows?
Yeah.
Or if he's calling,
you don't see
he's
the video,
making
then
a
you're
terrible
educated.
call for
Fucking
13K.
fictitious LA friends and
Yeah, sure.
10K is what 10K effective. You know,
Yeah.
so if that's what he wants to do, then good for him.
I love this in the chat, though. Andrew Harvey, he's not a wild card. He's the master. Perfectly sized bets. Damn straight, man. The captain brings a different game. I do love that, man. Shout out to the captain.
I'm gonna let you handle this one. I'm gonna be right back.
Sounds good. Boots mixing it up here with the 9-7 off. He's in the big blind, so he can find a call. After Slicer raised from under the gun. 6-5 suited once again, showing its beautiful head. 5-high board. We've seen a lot of middling connected boards, but no, now we get a 5-high connected board. If it's 5-high, it's got to be connected. Anyways, Slicer with the top pair and the gutty. Boots leads out for 40. Slicer not going anywhere.
I'm obsessed with her, Julia Garner. She's like got deals with all
10 of
my
hearts
favorite
here on
designers,
the
like Marc
turn.
Jacobs,
No improvement for Boots. Doesn't even pick up any additional equity, but appears to be interested in more betting. 260 in the middle.
I finished the first half.
More betting it is. 180 now.
I'm
3/4
waiting
pot
for
size
the-
bet here.
Oh.
2/3
Wait, so
or half.
you're caught up.
Haven't done a lot of
Okay.
18 into 26 division, but Slicer, of course, will make the call. Can't fold.
So there's another
Another
half.
deuce here on the end.
Yeah,
Pretty
so what
safe
they're saying
card.
is
Every
four
once in a
things.
while, Boots is going to go ahead and donk
Four
out with a
cards.
deuce, something like a deuce
Sopranos
4,
one.
but a lot of those are blocked right here.
I think they've already shot the second half. They're just editing it probably.
And
Dude,
Boots,
it's like I didn't
9
do the
high.
season finale. That makes sense.
If you're going to bluff at this, you got to pound it, and you got to pound it hard,
Laura
because you are
Linney's
attacking
absolutely
a 5 or better at this stage. Yeah, 900. 900 and Slicer snaps him. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, 900, that's the size that you had to go, but Boots is just kind of barking up the wrong tree there. Slicer well onto the line there. Love to see it. Love to see it.
You didn't yell at me.
Ragnar Overby
You come and sheep one more
would
fucking
think that we drank all the Malibu with these potty breaks. Well, maybe
Mad about my friend again?
we
I'm
did
a-
and stuff. No comment.
No, but I'm taking up for Adrian right now. Don't you fucking mess with him.
We really do appreciate y'all hanging out with us here tonight. As always,
You followed me first.
Can't be on your phone.
TCH Live Fun Day. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. AA Ron, Carolyn here, hanging out with me, like she often does. She dipped off to go and use the restroom for a moment. We're up to 213 likes on the counter. About 12 minutes left in the broadcast. This game, of course, will continue well past the end of the stream.
That's 100.
There seems to be maybe some Malibu left in there. I don't know. Chaz pounding it on the table, sort of shaking it, trying to find out if there's anything left in there. The 6-5 suited is back. Sometimes you just see one hand just like over and over and over.
Oh, that's like plastic?
Captain sees it. He calls with it. He says, I am going to turn this hand into a winner. Oh, Captain doesn't have 6-5 of hearts? Okay, we had a misread. This happens from time to time, especially there on the ends of the table. So do apologize for that. This is not 6-5 of hearts. Can you tell me what it is?
What's it? Marine? Yeah, I played with you.
Queen Jack offsuit? How on earth? Okay. All right. Well, I don't know how. We had this kind of a cross-read error, but apparently Captain has Queen Jack offsuit and boots with the up and down straight draw, 2 overcards. Good God. We have a gigantic raise to 1,200. Boots bets 200, calls the raise, the 6x raise. 7 of hearts here now on the turn.
I mean, like, $90 is good.
Open whiskey? You're gonna bring open whiskey?
Boots will check, and Captain with, if we are to believe it, yeah, top pair, queen kicker. Oh, good God. Okay. Boots now will improve to top pair. Block bet's a very appropriate size. I like this. This is the block bet that I like. 1/6 pot size bet. He bets the king. There it is, Queen Jack indeed. So Captain was ahead the whole way, and Boots got bailed out with a 3-outer. No, the 9 would have improved him, and the ace would have improved him. So certainly not a 3-outer, but one of the 3 outs that was sort of the most disguised. That is for sure. 500 is going to get paid off, as Sal in the box is making sure that we all are aware of what won the hand.
What's going on right now?
All right, Boots will get the pot shipped to him. And to 4th position now, 11.3K in the stack. A lot of big stacks here on the table tonight.
Let's double check this.
Hold on. Yeah, double
Can we
check
call
it.
floor?
Wait, is that king supposed to be there?
Hey, you just get your cards again. Put their face up.
Did he cheat?
Ben's asking what's up
wrong
with
here.
all the Kahlua. It's
Malibu.
And they're like, wait, Pierre's there too. So hold on.
Yeah, we like to have a good time here at TCH Austin. That is for sure.
Haul your ass with Lake Pierre.
Players especially.
But Pierre's there.
I love just the little bits of the table talk that I can hear.
yeah.
When it comes in. Look at Chaz over there. He's got the Malibu. He's trying to drink from the bottom of the bottle. He's like, I'll absorb it however I can.
Boots is getting.
Yeah, he's frisky tonight. He is getting frisky.
They wouldn't come.
Raise it up. 150 to go. 7-5 offsuit from the button. Gets called in 2 spots. Captain and Bones. Both with an offsuit ace. Queen, Jack, 10 to tone. Nobody connecting with this. Captain and Bones with the gut shot to Broadway. Another whiff.
The kids would go to school and they're like,
Nobody bets, they take it.
I got my
Nobody
green
bets,
card.
nobody takes it.
There's a little bit of sweat.
Everybody pairs on the end except for Boots.
Yeah, that's literally what my lawyer told me.
Even Bones folded the ace. I mean, your hand is just a naked pair of aces, which is understandable to just sort of feel like it's probably not good, but yeah. Little bet there from Captain. Takes it down. Pushes his opponent off of the chop.
But yeah, if you're like from
I'm so sorry.
Well, this game looks pretty fun.
those motherfuckers.
They're having a blast.
If I'm not mistaken, there's one seat available. I
There
might have
is,
to
I
go
think.
sit down after this.
I know. I'm gonna let you take it. I would,
this is
but I'll let you
America.
take it.
Jay came back?
America.
Oh, Jay. Okay, so Jay is back. We
in
do
the
just
future.
have about 8 minutes left in the broadcast, but apparently Jay is on his way back.
But I'm sure there's a list, right?
Yeah,
No, he's Indian.
might have to hop in. here.
There's also a 2-5, I think.
Let's take a look at the. Yeah, there it is, right there in the background. See the
Yeah, I
camera
can see-
angle.
I can see
In
the-
fact, my favorite seat looks to be available, unless that's just a stack without a person in front of it. But Big Daddy Chaz has Ace King of Diamonds, and he is the person in front of that. Boots gonna flop an up and down straight draw though.
Well, actually,
40% of doctor in America.
Boots the pre-flop 3 better as well. tough when there's no diamond out here, but Chaz is like, yeah, you can have everything here because your boots. And you had a little bit. Ace King high is good. Boots here, though, has 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? It's the Jack 9, and Chaz can't continue. And I just made up most of the cards out there. Well, maybe not most, but some of them. And Boots wins. Did you do that chant when you were like a kid in sports? Like,
I would never venture there in my life.
Yeah.
But I think it might be Indian, Asian.
Who was like the biggest rival or like most feared team that you played against when you were a kid? Was there like one city or town or whatever where it was like, oh God, we got to play them?
So, I went to a high school that did not have any teams that were particularly good at sports. Also, I wasn't on any of the teams, but like.
Oh, okay. So you didn't play sports like as a kid? And
I mean, it's
what about
like
middle school or something?
As like a young kid, I did, but not. I was never good at sports.
Growing up, I grew up in Paonia, Colorado, small little fruit farming community on the western slope of the Rockies, and we played with all of the surrounding towns. So the nearest town to us was Hotchkiss. Then there was Delta, which was more like a city. It actually had like a city market, like that's where we would drive to go and get like real groceries. And then around there was another small little town called Crawford. And then the one town that we hated to go and play baseball in Little League, back in the day, was Cedar Ridge.
Was baseball your sport?
Yes. Well, I played them all, but Cedar Ridge was the local powerhouse when it came to baseball. They had this one kid, pitcher, who in like 6th and 7th grade was probably like 150 pounds. Big kid. And he could hurl that ball so fast. And it was frightening to go to bat against that guy, man. I will tell you what, dude. And he'd throw it inside too and scare the shit out of you, throw it at you.
Oh, yeah.
So you had to duck and fall out of the way, and then you were just terrified to even be in the box against him. That was amazing.
Yeah, I grew up in a real small town. We did not have any sports teams that were even remotely competitive.
Okay.
So, yeah. And also, despite the fact that we had no competitive sports teams in our town, I was still not good enough to play on any of the sports teams.
Maybe I'll buy something on my own.
Okay.
Although I did play like, rec league.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Like basketball, softball.
We're getting way out of line.
Yeah, I played.
Portland.
Yeah, I thought I was a reasonably good athlete in middle school because I played all of the sports because Paonia was tiny and literally if you had a pulse, like you were on the team. So, like I played on all the sports teams for the school and it was fun and I enjoyed it. But then when I moved in high school to Durango, we went from this tiny little 2A school in Paonia to a 5A school in Durango and you had to try out to get on the team and stuff. And it was obviously very different. Like the skill level was massively higher, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's not for me." For sure.
Yeah. Neil Canfield wants to just make sure you're aware that it is now a felony to buy sex in Texas.
To buy sex?
Yeah, we had a big thing about it last night.
Wait, did it go into law or something?
Neil was up on it. You can ask him later. He has an alert set up so that if any of the laws about buying sex change, he gets alerted. So,
oh,
yeah.
Gotcha.
He needed to be aware of when he had to stop buying sex.
Sorry, buddy. You're a criminal.
It happens.
Where am I?
Let's go to a flop about poker and stuff, and Slicer's going to flop a net bluff draw. Backdoor straight draw. As we've got Jaeger bombs. Boots is making Jaeger bombs in the background. This is amazing.
Oh, wow. Look at those. Let's go. We have Jaeger and we have Red Bull, so why not?
Yeah.
I mean, let's do it.
Boots is playing bartender back here. Slicer going to turn top pair
With his flush draw.
with the nut flush draw. Yeah, this was
Boots
a...
has God knows what. He's got Jaeger bombs. That's what he's got.
Yeah, he's passing him out. As Slicer is like, how can I get more of your money, Mr. Bartender?
No one has to try.
Yeah, Boots is like, I'm busy.
Yeah,
I would
well.
normally.
He did win a small pot, reasonable pot, and a Jaeger bomb, so, you know.
I'm sure this is
I definitely want to take the spot of that Malibu bottle. I want to play right there.
Well,
so I'm
we've
gonna
been
try.
informed that that spot is no longer vacant.
Well, as of 5 minutes ago, but I don't know. Maybe Jay went bust again. No, I'm kidding. Who knows? This just looks like a hell of a fun game to play in, so I might go jump in there. Thank you very much, Mad Prof. Do appreciate the shout out there, and good night to Angela and Dee. And to everyone else that is still here hanging out with us, having a good time, enjoying your Monday evening hanging out on TCH Live. Big shout out to you. Hope to see you back here on Thursday for 2-5 Match the Stack, and each and every Monday for the old 5, 10, 25 uncapped game here at TCH Live. Chase here, waking up with a couple of ladies. After a raise to 125 and a call, Captain limped his way into this from the hijack. I suppose he won't be folding. Pierre does fold. King Jack suited, strong hand. In fact, Captain does fold. Everyone folds. Over and around to Chaz. There's actually a ton of dead money in here, given the number of original raise callers. Original raise callers, weird. But Chaz, yeah, because of all that dead money, is sort of like, dude, my hand
got
sucks.
The button. He's like, I could definitely suck out here. Let's see what happens. Oh, and that's pretty good
That's
flop
something.
for that hand.
Look at Chaz hiding behind the Malibu bottle. Oh, that this is a big bet.
That's the, I mean.
You cannot fold a club flush draw, though. That is the thing that is really just like bonkers about the fact that Chase raises to that size pre. Chaz calls and now has to call this. You can't fold.
He
you
doesn't
can't.
want to
You
see
literally
it.
can't.
He just doesn't want to even see the board right now.
He's like,
I'm not folding, but like, I don't know, just tell me if I win.
He's like, if anything in the world is right and just, it'll be an ace of clubs.
Nope.
No, it's not.
Now the queen of clubs. No
He got a free river, though. He got a free river. It went check on the turn, and Chaz just knows that he can't bluff at this. He's just, there's no chance. There's no chance. He checks it back there on the end, and Chase is going to win a really nice pot. Pocket queens against 8-6 on. Suited.
I mean, I think
8-6
from my
suited.
personal experience, I have queens there and I lose. Personally.
Yeah, that's just what happened. Andrew Harvey, good commentary, guys, even though your poker skills are no match for mine. Andrew Harvey, shots fired. I expect to see you on the felt within the next month.
Put your money where your mouth is, bro.
Andrew Harvey, book a flight right now. Hop on to southwest.com, book a flight to Austin, Texas, and come play on the stream. I don't care if you come in to play on a Monday. I will literally leave the booth and I will go to the felt and I will play on a Monday against these sharks, these crushers, just to play you. But you got to put your money where your mouth is. Wait, what am I seeing? What am I seeing? Andrew Harvey has logged out. What is this?
what's the like? I guess
Just kidding. I can't see that.
No, it's
Seriously, man. Dude, to you and to everybody else there in the chat that like is watching this, that thinks that they could do better or that wants to come and play, just let's do it, man. Like Thursday, come in for a 2-5 match to stack. You can buy in for $1,000 and just play. You know? Let's do it. Caitlin here has 9 deuce, a hand she'd rather double down with. There was limping going on. It was like a $50 straddle and some limping happened.
Yes, 205 pot. That sounds about right. Pot to me.
Well, I love board games. And second of all, we all have our standards. I mean, we draw lines.
Boots is gonna bet and take it with 8 high.
I just want to say I would crush anyone at this table at trivia. Hands down.
What's your best category? I'll give you some questions.
Andrew's in Australia. Shit talking from Australia. Well, okay. All right.
You're online all the time. That's not a talent.
What? So he's from Australia? He gets a free pass?
No, but
Nuh-uh.
I'm going to have to go to Aussie Millions and just, like, show up and be like, bro, we're playing. Michael Tilton wants to play against me.
Are we still on the stream?
But it's fat. It's fat. It's fat.
Are we still streaming?
Yeah, name the 4 countries.
P. Willie, Southwest flies to Australia. Yeah, that's like the most southwest part of the entire world.
No.
It's not more than 30.
Jay has aces. That's a pretty good hand.
I've heard that.
I mean, it's a pair of ones, which for whatever
Seems
reason.
like it should be the
You got the easiest.
worst pair.
Yeah, but then
Name the
somebody
4 countries
decided.
that start with D.
Somebody decided it was actually the best.
35. I don't know. I believe.
Chaz has crackers, decides not to play them.
Yeah.
He's going to farm his
That's exactly
field of Malibus. That bottle is just toast, I guarantee.
That from the looks of it, the way that he's handling it, that is an empty bottle.
You can't pick up
Without
a bottle that
doubt.
size. Yeah, it just like twirl it around like that.
That looks like it is full of
100%.
air.
100%.
Chase?
He wouldn't tell her where his daughter's birthday party was and
Nope.
Chase is thinking long and hard.
Chase had a good hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's a single. Right, like, how did we get to 225 to start? Was there a
$50 straddle, I think.
quintuple straddle? No, just
Halfway there.
okay.
10-9 suited, I think I'm calling.
Captain is calling with 8-4 off, so I mean, why not?
You got to get in there. He's going to
He's
flop
got
a
a gutter, so let's go.
Boots isn't. Look at Boots.
Donk
He's gonna
lead.
bet it because that's what you do.
Republic and Denmark.
Donk lead for 400. Jay makes the call in position.
The 4 countries?
Pot goes up to 1.3K. Another spade here on the turn. Jay
Jay holding
controls
the ace
a
of
spade.
spades, so.
1100 from Captain on a stone cold gut shot bluff here.
Denver?
And Jay
That's a city.
with an unreasonable amount of equity here in position facing this raise should once again just call.
Spanish, but I could be wrong.
He's going to, and Captain should know the jig is up, but I don't know if he will. Let's see if he can hit a 5 on the end. He doesn't. And yeah, the 7 pairing isn't the best thing in the world, but yeah, you snap it off. Ace is good. Captain, 8 high, no good. Welcome to Costco. I love you. And Jay wins a gigantic pot with aces, 8-4 offsuit,
Okay, then there's 5.
and Captain trying to
That
get
wasn't
the
what I
drop
was
on.
thinking.
Risky business.
Thought of that.
Alright, it's official. This is the last hand.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the Democratic Republic of Congo would be one.
I heard a Congo.
All right, 2 more. Then, 2 more. One.
Djibouti.
Djibouti, yes!
Djibouti.
Djibouti.
Your mama.
And then
Mad
there's
Prof
a
wants
Caribbean
to
island.
play me. Heads up.
All right,
At a
all
future
right.
date. Well, I'm guessing. I don't know. At a future date. It says I'm in at a future date. I'm guessing that was to come down here and play.
It shares a lot of
I'm
Go.
choosing to believe that's what it was about. I mean, nobody has to come down and play me one-on-one. That's for sure. I'm certainly not like throwing,
Djibouti's a good get.
challenges out there to the universe. It's mostly just like,
Oh, I
if
am.
you, yeah, okay, come play Carolyn heads up for rolls, or for 25 cents.
Yeah, I
But
was gonna say
It's,
like
do you want me to share?
50 cents a dollar.
Dominican.
yeah,
Dominican.
but the main thing is that
I did play a pretty epic heads-up battle the other day.
really,
Yeah, it was really fun.
what were the terms or the structure?
I mean, it was just ended up. So we were playing 2-5. Somehow it devolved into 5-10.
Very human.
Heads
Very
up.
human.
5-10 heads up, yeah.
It was very fun. I don't really play heads up ever, so it was a different
game.
animal.
6-5 suited here from Captain. 6-5 suited is going around. We have seen that hand a lot of times tonight. Makes the call from the original raise from Boots.
Chase is thinking long and hard about this.
Well, Chase tried to limp in here for $50, and
Chase has by and like miles the best hand. He's gonna fold it.
Yeah, he's going to let it go. I mean, I understand folding, but I don't understand limping and folding. Like, if you're going to limp the 50, then calling seems like what you signed up for. However, Chase disagrees. Would have flopped queen high, and not the best hand, because captain made a pair of fives. Checky over to boot. Pre-flop razor has a backdoor straight draw. 2 overcards to the pair of fives for captain, but captain here with the best hand. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. I think this is a mandatory call.
Sure.
And by that I mean mandatory check min raise.
He just appears on so many. Daddy can't watch all his streams.
Boots with the worst possible hand to defend with. This is either a re-min raise or a fold. Like, your hand is so bad, you can't call.
Wait, what do you say?
He's going to raise him. Give him the business and send Captain. But Captain might not fold. The weirdest thing is that Captain might not fold if he raises him.
Which is one of those things that you have to take into consideration if you're
I wanted to get it right.
Like,
I feel like it's that one that Angela, whatever sings, like
you might be able to min raise
from Beauty
here
and the Beast, 'cause that was one of
and
like
get
the
it
top
through
Magic.
against this particular holding with
confirm.
97% of other
It's that
players.
one with the girls. It's the blonde
I think
girl,
if
the
Boots
blonde
raises,
girl.
it's not going to be a min raise. Like, I mean, you know, here we are, we're sort of bantering and having a good time about the min raise. I mean, Boots is going to fold. But if he was going to raise, he would actually have to go larger. It would be like 275, 550, and it would be like, no, like 1,300. Like, what do you actually have over there? And 9-7 is just such a bad hand to do it with. Boots, you could tell that Boots knew that, like, Captain is just going to do this with stuff. Like, stuff is a generalization for hands that are not good enough to really reasonably continue. Last hand, that was it. Oh, that was it.
It's over.
There we go.
Deck's
GG,
been
y'all.
switched out. We're done.
That was the
To
final
be
hand.
fair, Kristen gave us a warning ahead of time, and we just kind of ignored her entirely, so I apologize. So.
Well, you know, I need like 15 reminders.
Yeah, so that's it. We're done. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back on Thursday, and well, here in Austin, but Tuesday and Wednesday in Dallas. So
Yeah, and everybody be sure to tune in next Monday for the Carolyn show. She will be holding down the fort. May or may not have a buddy here hanging out in the booth with her, but I will be away enjoying the Super Bowl / Valentine's Day weekend with my girlfriend. So I'll see you all here in a couple of weeks. You guys have a good night. Thank you all for tuning in. See you soon.
good night.
Adios. Good night.
It's just an empty space. There's nothing left to remind me.
I don't know.